So you are present there?
Yes, sir.
How was the day yesterday? Did you enjoy the proceedings yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are going to start the day today with uh, a great speaker from our, I may say my friend, my very good speaker, very good orator, and academician, administrator. We have invited for that purpose is Dr. Sanjeev Sharma. He is Director, University Institute of Applied Management, Punjab University, Chandigarh. He is an engineer and management expert and heading the institution in Punjab University. We are going to start the session with on strategic management for excellence. He will be letting you know about the concept, principle, practices, what is the importance. All these issues he will be dealing with during the session of around 3 hours with a break in between. So Dr. Sanjeev Sharma has a versatile experience, as I told you, as an academician, as an administrator. You must be understanding for any strategic management process involvement from top to bottom is a must, and he is one of the persons. He has done this exercise even in his department at Punjab University. So he will be sharing his experiences with you and also going to talk with you, give you some exercise to deal on the issue, and he will be available with you till 1 o'clock with a break, as I said, in between from 11:30 or so, 11:50 to 11:30. So I invite Dr. Sanjeev Sharma to be with you for this session. आराम से
Good morning, friends. Am I audible, friends?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me thank Professor Watts, who has been a great motivator himself. In fact, he's not only a renowned academician of this area, but also my elder brother. So whatever he says, please take it with a pinch of salt. Friends always say good things about other friends. So what is more important is that he has provided me a platform to interact with the three institutions at three different places, uh, three different states also. He has corrected me. So let us hope that we gain from each other. Since all of us are faculty members, the I know it is how difficult it is for a one faculty to listen to another faculty member, but what I will do is I will interact with you. I will throw open certain points. I will agitate your minds. I will ask, or I will deliberate on those issues which agitate or which confront us on daily basis in educational institutions. So friends, with that opening remark, I humbly request you that let us be interactive. Uh, Professor Watts told me that institutions, there are some faculty members with the management background also, but predominantly engineering institutions. So what I will do is, I will throw open certain points for discussion, and I expect my participants, my fellow colleagues to interact and share their views on this. Okay, is my presentation visible? Please let me know if, can I just, yes. Is it visible, please, friends?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And let me check the other one also, because it's always important to have clarity in presentations. Is this presentation also visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay then. Then let's start with the basics. What is happening around us in academics, in industry, in our real life? We are too much imbibed in the technology. Technology is now the major driver for most of the operations. In fact, some of the senior people in academics, they say that we are in an era of mass distraction. Right? the major points of distraction: WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook. Right? In some of the Western institutions, Western organizations, they have even stopped the use of these very modules during office hours. Even the Ministry of Personnel in Government of India has also sent an advisory that these sources of distraction should not be permitted in the organizations. Anyway, but then so be it. Technology has not only made our life easy, but has also put a lot of challenges before us. So whenever we have to plan, whenever we have to organize, whenever we have to strategize, we must take this point into consideration that technology is going to leverage us. It is, it is, it is such an enabler which may help us, but at the same time, which may create difficulties for organizations because the life cycles of products have changed. They have reduced dramatically. Uh, there was a report in Times of India around 2 months back saying that the handsets of Nokia, which around a decade back were for almost a year, their shelf life has gone down to 3 to 4 months. So that means the organizations which are in the high technology business have to continuously innovate. So similarly, how can we as academicians remain aloof of what is happening around us? Okay, so for example, my constant worry is my student may ask me a question, what is it, what is in it for me? Like in Gujarat we say mane suche, what is there in it for me? मुझे क्या मिल रहा है आपकी क्लास अटेंड करके? Right? Whatever you are saying is available on the net. I cannot be as good a teacher as, say, the father of management like Peter Drucker or Philip Kotler or some great teachers at MIT or Stanton or IITs. Right? What is in it which the student must gain? What will captivate him to my class? Right? This is a constant source of worry for every teacher, and I think that applies to you also, that applies to me also, that applies to everybody, each one of us. The and and the reason why this is happening is, these are some of the points I have identified. Depth of distance. Distance has lost its relevance. Right? It is no longer important. There was a time when to apply to a Western university, to an American or an European university, you had to use a surface mail. 3 months in advance you had to apply, and application will be received through post. They will process it, inform you after 15, 20, 30 days. Whole process used to take 6 to 8 months for admissions. Today most of the universities open their window only for 15 to 20 days. Within 15, 20 days you have to apply, they process your application, they let you know that you have been admitted or not. So, and far off, seemingly far off distances have lost their relevance, are no longer important. I distinctly remember when we were kids, people used to gift us a pen purchased from abroad. Right? It was considered to be a great gift. But today all Western things are available on any mall, any shop, go anywhere, even in the remote corners of the country. Right? So friends, distance is no longer important. We may be more closer to somebody in US than our next door neighbor. I don't know who all live in my neighborhood. Although I am more closer to my friends in US, more closer to my friends in UK, more closer to my friends in Germany. So distances are only psychological. Physically there is no boundary. Right? Borderless world is what Nostradamus predicted in 1600s, that there will be something without any boundary, and we are living up to that. Right? So when I say borderless world, I basically mean organizations cannot really now be classified whether they are Indian or European or Asian. They have mass presence. Even in India, when we were students, there were 7 or 8 IITs. Today, IITs are requesting for grant of permission to open campuses in Dubai, in Singapore. Symbiosis has taken a lead. It has already gone into these places. Narsi Morji is planning to, right? So, if we Indians education system is considered one of the most rugged educational system. Why? Because we are able to offer those technologies which are appropriate technologies. Right? No doubt we are into high-end technologies also. But why India is gaining prominence as an educational institution, educational hub, is because our technologies are what are required in developing countries. They are as per the needs and aspirations of the developing countries. So, if I offer something which almost 70-80% of the world needs, perhaps I am able to gain from the demographic dividend which our Prime Minister so proudly announces. Almost 60% of the population in the age group of 15 to 35. It's a huge benefit. So that means this very age group will drive us to 2040, 2050. And please remember, the currently powerful economies like Japan, like US, their maturity level, average age is more than 45, 50. So that means their productive life is only 5-6 years left. And here is a young democracy which has tremendous gain in terms of the age. But how do we use this age to our advantage? You need to have perfect skill sets. From where skill sets will come? It will not only come from vocational education. The major hub will be institutions of excellence, educational institutions. So if you have to gain from the demographic dividend, from the age benefit, you need to invest in education. You need to invest in educational institutions. You need to invest in faculty. And this very program, coordinated by Professor Watts and by NITTR, is aimed towards that. Let us strategize. Let us make faculty available and aware about what is happening around us and strategize their thinking, strategize their line of thought. Okay. So I hope all my participants are with me on this issue. Any comments, anything you will like to add on to? Because the whole gist of this conferencing is that there should be an interactive session. Yes, my friends, anybody from any of the institutions? Maybe from Manav Bharati, Solan, or CV Raman Engineering College, Bhubaneswar, or ABS, Ghaziabad. Any comments?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, morning.
From Manav University, sir.
Yes.
Sir, definitely.
Can you just also let us know your discipline, because that will help me to coordinate better. Yes.
Sir, myself, Rama Sharma from Faculty of Commerce and Management.
Wow, wonderful. Yes.
Sir, we definitely require the strategic management because today everything is changing at very fast pace. Technology, it is changing at very fast, within minutes you can say.
Yes.
We have to be enabled ourselves to cope up with us,
Yes.
with that. Because if we will not change or our organization will not change, then definitely the other competitors, they will take the advantage of it, and definitely they will overcome us, and they will definitely capture the market. So what is necessity of the time is that we should focus on the change. We should adapt to the environment. We should continuously scan the environment internally as well as externally. That is most important, because today's the customers' taste and preferences, they are changing at very fast pace. If we will not look that for that, we will be behind our competitors. and definitely we will lose the market share of ourselves.
See, you're absolutely right, ma'am. See, why will a customer buy any product? He will buy a product, but what all he looks at a product? He looks at the cost of the product and the innovativeness, right? You're absolutely right. In case you have to capture the world market, which ultimately, see, if you have to feed 1.2, 1.3 billion, right? You really need to have huge markets, not only domestically but worldwide also, right? Domestic market with the average purchasing power parity which most of us have,
Yes, sir.
we need to think globally. And but to think globally, you must first of all make yourself effective and efficient. How can you ensure that? You're absolutely right. Quality could be one of the factors. But more important than that is changing the mindset. You highlighted change management. I will go one step ahead. I say it is not change which is important. It is not how you handle a change which is important. What is more important is how you change your mindset, right? You don't require AK-47 to kill a mosquito, do you? Right? You have to first of all focus. The typical difficulty we are encountering is,
Yeah.
especially in educational institution, is the concept. Yes,
Yes, sir.
the
Definitely.
concept the concept of too much focus on quantity by compromising on quality, right? Uh, we are working in a syndrome, at least in the northern part of the country, is where there are almost 60 to 70% of technical educational institution seats lying vacant. Why? Because we have still not been able to incorporate quality into ingrained quality into our not only curriculum but in content delivery. And from where the problem comes for content delivery, the problem comes from lack of training to our trainers. My basic premise is you need to invest in faculty,
Yes, sir. Definitely.
because if faculty is not good, the whole chain of change management fails.
Yes.
Faculty is the pivot, and you're
Yes.
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You are from commerce, right?
Yes. How
Okay,
many?
okay, wonderful, good. Yes, any other comment, please, friends? Anybody else? This is CV Raman Institution from Bhubaneswar, please. Yes, my friends. Anything you will like to add?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is Vivek from CVM College.
Yes,
I do believe that technology is really fostering the knowledge of students, but
yes.
at the same time, it should also be controlled because we all see that the crime has also increased in terms of cyber crime, etc., etc. So this has to be controlled in a very good manner. That's all.
See, my friend, you have highlighted the unintended consequences of technology. Please remember, technology is. My opening line was technology is a great enabler. It helps you to equate the things. The seemingly huge disparity in the income categories can only be overcome if you use technology to the optimal level. Now, whenever you use the technology, obviously, not all of us will use the technology in a positive frame. Many of us will try to use it in a destructive manner. That has been the case from the beginning. Nuclear bomb is an offshoot of nuclear energy. Now, what has happened? We try to use it in a destructive manner. You're absolutely right. Their technology has to be leveraged in a positive frame. But my major challenge facing all of us is how to incorporate, as my friend from Manav Bharti said, how to ensure that there is a positivity in the environment, positivity in the system. And who will guide this positivity? It will be the faculty. Most of us Most of us, in fact, I'm very sure, all of us are in teaching because of choice, not compulsion. Many of us are engineers, many of us are MBAs, many of us are into high-end research. We could have got maybe 4 times, 5 times, 10 times more salary outside. But we deliberately chose the profession of what our forefathers said, noble profession of teaching. So that means we as a teacher have multiple responsibilities. Responsibility not only to impart the technical skills, but also to impart them certain social ethics, value systems. Because take a typical, why think only of technical education institutions? Think right from the school days. Typically, educational institutions are open for 8 to 9 hours. That means almost 1/3 of the day, the child, maybe an engineering, maybe management, maybe commerce, is spending 1/3 or maybe even half of his productive time with us. Maybe we are more closer to, at least in the university systems, we are more closer to the students than even the parents. And many of the students come to us as not only to learn the academics, but also for their psychological issues. They come to us more as an mentor, that we are their mentor. They treat us as that. So if there has been certain decline in the value systems, I think as a teacher we must share that blame. And that blame, if possible, let us try to reduce it. Because things will, if you have read the case study of Costa Rica, Costa Rica is a great economy. Fabregas, the president who is given the target, or who has been given the mandate of changing the government, is an academician. He taught at MIT, right? One fine morning he thought, no, I teach technology, but let me go back to my country and change the level of the people. So he put in his papers, went back. The local people, local population was so much frustrated with the existing structures, they leapt onto him. And 3-4 years time, he changed the economy of the country. And his total focus was on ethical aspects of the life. He said, you can earn a lot, but what is more important is the value system. So you're absolutely right, my friend, that technology can be used for a positive frame, but at the same time can be negative. Now, who differentiates what is negativity? It is you and me, right? If right type of value systems are incorporated into the students, I think they will turn out to be good citizens. And as a teacher, we should not lose hope, right? Because ultimately we are the custodians of, or society considers us the custodians of the ethic system, right? Okay, yes, thank you, my friend, thank you. Yes, any other comments, please, friends? Somebody from ABS, Ghaziabad? Because this also provides platform to me and my colleagues here, that how are my faculty members at other institutions thinking in terms of changing dimensions, roles of the faculty? Yes, my friend.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm audible from Ghaziabad.
Yes.
I'm audible, sir.
Yes. Can you come little closer to the mic, please?
Okay. Now I did come to a little closer. Now
Yes,
I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Sir, actually, like you mentioned, I will begin with the things like you said. Now, geographies do not have boundaries, and
Yes.
what we are doing right now is the example of that one borderless things. So
Yes.
here, I have been accompanied with my registrar ma'am, and lot of HODs are there, and
Yes.
a lot of management people are there which need to talk directly with the management. So we
Yes.
are just hoping to listen from your side, as you are the director, and you can guide us regarding the things how planning and monitoring should be done in college. as ABS has a vision to become top 20 college in the country. So with
Yes.
that vision and a mission, we want to have something from your side, that how should we plan our things, what should be our strategy in a management, because people are from management are still are with us. So hoping to gain a lot from your side. So if you can elaborate more on strategic management, what and all should be there, it will be great for us.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. You have absolutely highlighted the issues for which this program has been designed. My friend, Professor Watts, in the afternoon will give you a brief on what all we have lined up for you for next 3 days till Friday. See, we will start with the introduction to what is strategic management. Gradually, we will incorporate how institutions should undertake their SWOT analysis. Then what are the strategic leaderships, and how can these principles, these guiding forces be applied to educational institutions. So gradually we will build up, because it's good that top management of ABS is participating in this workshop. The whole aim of this conferencing is how can we learn from each other. See, please remember, friends, experiential learning is the best form of learning. Nobody can live long enough to commit all the mistakes himself. So we learn, we gain from each other. Like you said, educational institutions. How can educational institutions or ABS become a world-class institution? I'll give you one or two instances. My institution, University Institute of Applied Management, right? We started this institute in 2008. We realized that generalized MBAs with specialization in marketing, finance, HR have outlived their utility. The organizations which recruit people with MBAs have to give 3 to 4 months of induction program training to these freshly recruited management trainees. And invariably, the content of these training programs is on defreezing. They want the participants to unlearn what they have learned in an MBA program. So this is typical feedback we got from our major recruiters. So then what we did? We modified the course curriculum, and this is what NITTR is also doing. We modified the course curriculum to offer MBAs in sector-specific courses. For example, if there is a marketing person and he joins a bank, banks have to spend 3 to 4 months on teaching him how to market a financial service, financial product. So gradually MBA is moving towards MBA in banking and insurance. Pharmaceutical management. How should production principles be applied in production? A pharmaceutical production principles be applied in pharmaceutical organization. A pharmacy organization company would have taken 2 to 3 months to tell the freshly recruited management trainee who has specialized in operations. So what are organizations doing? They have moved on to MBA in pharmaceutical management. Healthcare systems. It is one of the fastest growing segments of Indian economy. As disposable incomes increase, as sedentary lifestyle patterns emerge, there is a need for healthcare. Typically, decade or two decades back, the mindset was only when somebody falls sick, he should be taken to the hospital. But in last 5-10 years, the focus is more now on preventive healthcare. Why should it happen? Why not move to the gyms, spas? Let us have an healthy lifestyle. So my basic premise to my friends at ABS is that as institutions, as organizations have shorter shelf life, they need quick results. They need tomorrow's results yesterday. we must offer them MBAs, must offer them BBAs, we must offer them the technical expertise which they can lap onto. Let us reduce the time frame which organizations typically have to spend on making their students do a particular job. So enhancing the employability quotient of an participant also involves maybe giving them on the job training. Maybe it's little difficult in a typical university setup where there are guidelines from UGC and AICT that a candidate must attend 13 weeks or 14 weeks of classroom. I say, okay, within the course curriculum, ingrain certain qualities of the industry. How can they be done? Involve people from industry to frame the syllabi. If syllabi is rigid because of your institution, because of your university, offer certain non-credit or capsule courses run and delivered by industry. Make them write a case study. Involve them in solving a problem of the industry. Why should industry look towards only consultants? Why not educational institutions? They are harbingers of growth, bright ideas. So we in 3 days time will take care of those very aspects which you have highlighted, that how can we develop a mission or a vision statement for an educational institution. But my friend, today is an introductory opening remark, identifying what are the challenges you are facing, so that in the afternoon we will sit with our organizing team and incorporate that in our training module. So the first session typically is an ice-breaking session, so that it helps us to identify what all are the expectations of my participants. Like you said, we should have a session on mission and vision statement for the educational institution. Certainly Professor Butts will take care of that. Yes, anything else, please, friends? Thank you for giving us certain inputs. Yes, any other participant, please? Because the whole purpose of this video conferencing is that. जी सर।
हाँ नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार जी।
सर मैं मानव भारती यूनिवर्सिटी सोलन से बात कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ जी।
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जैसे आप जानते हैं कि यूजीसी और एआईसीटी का क्राइटेरिया कि हमें एडमिशंस के लिए जैसे सीट्स मिलती है मैकेनिकल के लिए 300 होगी, मैं आई एम गिविंग एन एग्जांपल 300, तो उसमें सर मैं आपसे ये जानना चाह रहा था एक मैनेज करने का तरीका, जैसे अब 300 से घटकर 60 आ गई हैं, तो वो टीचर अगर
I think we are moving away from our basic conferencing module.
नहीं सर मैं एक्चुअली
rather than critically examining the role of UGC or AICT, I think that is not the mandate of
नहीं सर मैनेज करने की बात कर रहा था। एक्चुअली टीचर किस तरह से उसको मैनेज करें, मैं आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग ए क्वेश्चन हाउ वी कैन मैनेज दैट थिंग। Actually now the students are, there is a lack of students, so how can मतलब management and teacher can manage, तो मतलब स्टूडेंट कम हो रहे हैं और वो मैनेजमेंट के लिए भी चीज हमारे लिए दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि उन्हें अब स्टूडेंट कम हो रहे हैं तो डेफिनेटली टीचर की कमी हो रही है क्योंकि वो भी इतना एफर्ट नहीं कर सकते। तो एआईसीटी और यूजीसी को क्या फ्यूचर के एस्पेक्ट को देखकर सीट्स प्रोवाइड नहीं करनी चाहिए मेरे ख्याल में?
Yes, any other comments? Any other comments?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. My dear, you have highlighted. Okay, you have highlighted a concern which is there for many of the institutions. This is with regard to the mismatch of demand and supply. In some of the states, I think typically in Himachal, to some extent in Punjab and the western part of UP, there is certainly more supply than the demand for engineering courses, typically engineering courses and maybe management courses also. Why has this arisen? The major reason for this is that till around a decade back, students from the north used to go to south, typically Karnataka, Andhra. Although I'm not, we are deviating from the topic, but then since you have raised it, I must offer my opinion on it. So the north governments thought that if there is a brain drain outside the country, there is a similar brain drain happening within the country also. So these institutions were created basically to manage that gap. Now what has happened is multiple number of seats or colleges have been opened, right? Much more than the number of students who are graduating or doing +2 from a particular state. My figures may be slightly here or there, but I think there are around 40,000 students who graduate, who do +2 from Punjab, and there are 1,30,000 seats in engineering colleges in Punjab. So obviously, not all of them will get filled up. Right? There's no way even 30% of the seats will get filled up. So then what is the key differentiator? What makes one institution click and others fail? I will not name because it's a public platform. If you go to some of the good private colleges in Mumbai, in NCR, you will find a queue of the students still waiting. Now, why? Is it the brand only? Brands cannot be built overnight. Is it the infrastructure only? You invest in infrastructure, not difficult. I think the key differentiator lies in the faculty. Key differentiator lies in tie up with the industry. If there is a strong licensing with the industry, and industry, you involve industry not only at the fag end of the course that you call them for placements. No, that is where we are wrong. But if there is industries involved right from the inception of the institution, put them on your board, involve them in the development of course, involve them in the content delivery of the course, involve them in the evaluation of the students at all stages, give them line projects. If there is industry participation and students are prepared and are grilled as per the industry expectations, why should they fail? Because industry also needs people. Under the Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay scheme, government has a plan to train almost 3.5 crore people. Now, from where this training will be offered? Do you think private enterprises, can government offer all these through their own ITIs on polytechnics or NITs? No, not possible. So herein comes the pivotal role of private institutions, educational providers. Yes, provided they are able to live up to certain norms. They are able to offer things which make the students employable rather than churning out unemployed youths. So many a times now this is a trend. I've been a very keen observer as being part of the AICT many visits. There is a change in the mindset of the students also. Student says it is better to be unemployed than to be underemployed. Students are ready to wait for 2-3 months, upgrade their skills. Now they said there are a lot of job opportunities. There are a lot of job opportunities in mobile repair, in developing a software, application software, or WhatsApp applications. Honestly, so many engineering colleges are linked through this conferencing. How many of us teach on how to develop a WhatsApp app? How many of my engineering, IT, CSC, electronic engineers are able to develop WhatsApp? How many of our engineering pass outs are able to develop their own website? Now, this is what industry wants from an IT professional. So, friends, you have absolutely right, hit the nail, saying that what should the management or the faculty do to bring students? My question is different. My question is, those who are with us are our biggest brand ambassadors. What are we doing for them? They, when they go out into the industry and they do well, industry will automatically come next year, automatically come later on also. Why? Because they have also gained from us. It's a symbiotic relationship. Do not think industry as the end only purpose. Industry needs people. We are providers of skill. So let us join hands. And those institutions which have done this, my request to a lot of engineering, somebody from ABES pointed out, what should we do? There is a wonderful college at Pune, University College of Engineering Pune. My request to management is, please visit that college. Do you know who is the chairman of that college? It is the legendary FC Kohli, who started the TCS, Tata Consultancy Services. He doesn't charge any money. He says now it's the time to repay back to the society. And he is 92 years old. And he comes to the college every day. Now, that is the commitment of the management if you have to run the college. Now, how many of us are ready for that type of responsibility? Right? So, my friend from Solan, you are absolutely right that there is a pressure on faculty also to help get students. But I think more important than that is, let us develop that vision. Let us put that vision on the notice boards everywhere. Let my students know, let my faculty know, let my management knows that we want to be number one. Number one, maybe in the beginning, be number one in Solan district. There may be 10 plus colleges in Solan district. Put an aim that in 3 years time, I want to be number one in terms of educational empowerment of educational quality and in terms of placements. Gradually build up the roadmap. You can't be on day one best in the country, right? Certainly, we must aim at smaller benchmarks, motivate us to higher levels. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, friends. Yes. Any other comment, please? Yes.
Sir, I am from Sriraman College of Engineering, Bhubaneswar.
Ji sir. Ji sir. Which discipline, sir? Which discipline?
Yeah, I am computer science fellow. Man of
Okay. Yes.
Sir, I am having a small query.
Ji sir.
As our Modi government, whoever in the government, they are promoting for digital India, skill India like that, sir. And
Yes.
we put sir imposed to motivate our students for startups and entrepreneurship like that, sir.
Yes. Yes.
So can you suggest 2-3 ideas? Although we people are implementing 2-3 ideas during their project time. Okay, so as you are having a vast experiences, so kindly guide us by what are the ways are there by which we can motivate our students for startups and their I mean entrepreneurship.
Okay. Fun. Uh, uh, Thank you, my friend. I think this is a very favorite topic of mine. Uh, whenever uh, I go and interact with the students, my first purpose is to motivate them to uh, be- develop uh, skills so as to become entrepreneurs. Uh, Indians, by upbringing through social norms, we like to be led rather than leading. This is a typical mindset we have. Uh, we all typically in a batch of say 100 engineers, 90 of them will like to work for somebody. They like to be led. It is only those 4, 5, 10 people, those who have spark and those who have divergent thinking, those who think out of the box, as Prime Minister Modi said, out of box. Now I'll give you 2-3 instances of those students who have done well. Now, if right from the first semester, first year, we tell the students that you have to be employment generators rather than standing in the queue, appearing in the interviews for somebody else. Why not determine your own destiny? 2-3 instances I will give you where students have listened to such a logic. And please remember, entrepreneurship need not be only for developing your own business. Within the organizations also, if some of us have innovativeness, we can even become intrapreneurs. Who is an intrapreneur? Somebody who thinks the organization to be his own and takes up a very monotonous job also challengingly. You need not think differently. You may do a thing differently. Right? I'll just give you 1 or 2 instances. Many of you may not have been in that age group. But around 90s, 92, 93, there was a huge plague in Surat. Maybe 10,000 people plus, they perished. There was a young deputy commissioner, DM they call it, district magistrate, just a fresher. Nobody wanted to go to Surat. It was so dirty a city. It was a diamond city, but it was considered a black diamond, so to say. He took it as a challenge. Out of box thinking. What he did, he said, I will give you polythene bags of different colors. You put your garbage accordingly. And my persons will come collect the garbage and give you money. Now, this is unheard of. Because whenever garbage collector comes, he charges money. He said, no, I will reverse the trend. I'll pay you for giving me the garbage. What was his logic? His logic was that for this garbage, if this garbage is not, if the person has to pay for the garbage, he will litter around here or there. So I have to send somebody to collect it. Second, because of this garbage, there has already been a plague. My health cost increases. These very people will fall sick, will visit the hospital, most of them under some scheme of the government, and they don't have to pay, so government ends up paying for it. What he did? He started the concept of renewable energy, converting this bio waste into energy. And he converted this bio waste into fertilizers. Today, if I'm not in touch with now this fact, but I think Surat Municipal Corporation is the richest municipal corporation in the country. Earns around 300-400 crores every year from sale of garbage. Now, this is where uniqueness comes, innovativeness comes. There are around 600-700 corporations. Not all of them are doing it. But here is a young man who thinks differently, does the same thing differently. So one more example I'll give you. After Mrs. Gandhi's assassination, there was 84, 85, 84. Lot of the institutions had to close down. There were some poor students in Trichy Engineering College. They were so poor they could not go home, come again, and like that. What did they do? They were mechanical engineering students. They developed a machine which could form, fill and seal itself. Wonderful, wonderful idea. So they developed form, fill, seal machine. Unfortunately, they did not know business. They could not. I think they sold it out for somewhere around 25 lakhs or 30 lakhs. But see, this has revolutionized packaging in the country. So now you have milk being served in a poly pouch. It forms layer around the milk, seals itself, right? All soaps, in order to preserve the moisture in a soap, they are getting. So, but my one more example from this. Agriculture students of PAU Ludhiana. Ludhiana, we have one of the great Punjab agriculture universities, which specializes in agriculture, marketing of agriculture products. A simple BSc agriculture graduate from a very humble background was offered a job of land demarcation, something like that. Agriculture officer, we call it in Punjab. He was very unsatisfied with the job. He quit the job, came home, developed a hybrid of Santra and Malta, and came out with what we call it as Kinu. Today that family exports juices worth 700-800 crores every year. Now, if entrepreneurship skills have to be incorporated, my colleague Dr. Monica Agarwal will talk on this next time. How can we develop strategic leadership, and how can we impart? And I will request her. She's sitting with us. I will request her to incorporate that also in her presentation on how can entrepreneurship skills be developed among students. It's a very good point. I will request Professor Vats also to highlight this. Yes, sirs. Any other comments, please? I hope I have answered your question to some extent. Yes, please. Yes, sirs. Any other comment? Because the opening session is the most important, because it helps us to fine tune our courses, or at least the module for next 3 days. Yes, any other? At Bhubaneswar, at Ghaziabad, at Solan. Yes, sir.
Sir, excuse me.
Ji.
Sir, as we people are banded to follow the AICTE UGC regulations, that means we are framed with some course curriculum, sir. So, but as you told, as you given an example, very good example of TCS, some institute like Pune, perhaps.
University College of Engineering, Pune.
Yeah, perhaps.
University. No, it's in a private mode. It's not a government organization.
No, we people are also we are having the autonomy since 3-4 years, but
Yes.
we are having the we have to follow. We are affiliated with the Bijpur University. We have to follow the course curriculum, sir. If a institution can run a syllabus autonomically, means no course curriculum, no nothing. The student may be totally free, and the student may think in their own way, and the faculty may think in their own way to frame like this. Is it possible, sir?
You have identified the area where the government, especially the new MHRD minister, is moving. UGC has started the concept of choice-based credit system, CBCS, choice-based credit system. What is this? It has 3 components. One is the area. For example, I'm electronics engineer, or I'm a student of electronics engineering. UGC says impart certain minimum skills in him, so that these courses are known as core courses. Typically, UGC says 65 to 70% of the total course should be the core subject, right? If it is electronics, maybe circuiting, maybe television production, whatever, right? Next comes electives. Student in mechanical engineering wants to specialize in automobile design. You offer him 15 to 20% of the courses in electives. So his choice is in terms of electives. You offer him 3-4 electives, let him pick up one and study all 6 or 7 papers in that elective. That is the second. Right? Third is optional. Freedom given to the student to pick up any paper need not be from mechanical. He is very good in painting, he is very good in design, he likes music instruments. Let him specialize there. Let him opt for those. Now, UGC has gone right to the extent that in case a particular optional subject is not available within the college premises, 3 or 4 colleges can join together to offer that particular option. Now, I know it is very difficult logistically to do these things, especially the optional part. But certainly, optional can be in terms of those which are unrelated. For example, student of electronics engineering, there is an MBA also in the institution. BTech electronics engineer wants to study international business, wants to study international economics, which are part and parcel of an MBA course. Let him go and attend those classes. So UGC saying core 60 to 70, specialized electives 15 to 20, and 10 to 15% in terms of the optionals. So yes, UGC is moving. Why? Because see, even now, even if we are in 2016, it is the peer pressure and the parent pressure which predominantly influences the choice of the students, especially in non-metros. It is the peer pressure and parents' advisory. It is more of an order than an advisory, right? Which determines which branch student will like to pursue after +2. But there are certain inherent interests, hobbies which students have. Now let us lap on to that, right? So that is why UGC says you offer them certain choices, certain options which students like to pursue. May not be for the purpose of career, may not be for the purposes of his occupation or employment, but certainly to further enhance his artistic skills, creativity, innovation which he has. So I hope I have answered your question to some extent. Yes, sirs. Any other comments?
you sir.
Ji.
Sir, actually मेरा बोलने का मतलब
I'll be very keen on knowing what all topics you want us to, because see, developing a pedagogy or a course curriculum for a training program for training for the trainers it's very difficult. Unless we know what are your expectations, it may not be possible for us to offer you those courses, those modules or those sessions. So if we can just highlight, like my friend said, we should have something on entrepreneurship. Certainly, we will request one of our resource persons to talk on entrepreneurship.
okay,
Ji,
sir.
Ji. Yes. Yes, you are saying something, my friend from Bhubaneswar? Yes.
एक्चुअली मेरा बोलने का मतलब कि सब जब चॉइस वाइज क्रेडिट आ जाता है, इवैल्यूएशन आ जाता है, students are having an intention that they have to clear the paper, they have to study well, they are little bit pressurized, sir.
Yes.
It may be choice based, it may be elective, it may be their core subject, whatever may be. If some evaluation, if some examination system must be followed, means the student will be in pressurized. So is there any system where the student will not need not to appear the exam, need not to go sit for any
Uh, Unfortunately, the educational system in the country is still number driven, quantifiable. Uh, Although gradually we are moving towards qualitative parameters also. What some of the institutions, especially the IITs and NITs, have done is they have moved to the SGPA system, where it is the not the absolute number but relative ranking in a class. And the UGC also mandates or requests that let us move towards the grading system rather than the quantifiable percentages. Let us have grading system. Now the difficulty comes when the batch size is either too small or too big. Typically in an engineering college, although AICT says a batch size of 60, most of the institutions have a batch size of 80, 90. Now, and if it is a semester, I don't think any teacher can do justice to evaluation of 90 students in 12 to 13 weeks. See, teachers have a multiple responsibility now. It is not it is not only teaching. It is evaluation of at least 2 house tests, presentations, class participations, external examination evaluations. Right? And on top of it, we are also expected to do research, mentor, guide. So in light of all this, I think moving towards a qualitative based evaluation system will be of immense help to us rather than a quantitative system. Right? But as on date, it is purely optional. Many of the institutions are moving towards that because it requires developing a different paradigm, different evaluation mechanism within an organization, which is not very easy because the moment you move toward a qualitative parameter, certain inherent biases come, not only in the students but in the faculty also. So that we have to take care of. But certainly, if my participants want, we can develop a module on evaluation system also. I will request the coordinator if he can if he can depute somebody on how to evaluation, how to ensure evaluation of the students also. That we will take care. That we will try to, because we have only 6 sessions. So within those 6 sessions, we will try to prioritize the items, and then we'll get back. Yes, good. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. From you are from Solan, am I right? Yes. Yes.
Sir, we want that how we can go for NEC accreditation.
Uh oh.
What are the areas where we should focus?
I think you are really a teacher of strategy management, right? In 1 and 2 hours, you want to get every capsule on. Anyway, NAC accreditation is not within the ambit of NITTR, but I will only be able to give you an outline. Many of us, you may already know much more than that, much more than I know on NAC accreditation. Uh, NAC accreditation also is undergoing a change. Uh, there was a time when scores were given. Later on, they moved to alphabetics, grading A, B, C, D. Then later on, now currently they have moved again to both numerics and alphabetics. And the new notification which has come, I've not read it in detail, is that now they are moving to 7-point scale. So NAC accreditation also is undergoing transformation. There are 7 major parameters on which NAC evaluates. First is the teaching learning processes. Second is the student related activities. Third is faculty research and contribution. Fourth is in terms of infrastructure. Fifth is in terms of outreach, what all social activities you do. Sixth is in terms of industry participation. And seventh is the governance and structure. These are the seven parameters. Different weightages are given, different for colleges, different for technical institutions, different for universities. Depending on your institution, you will have to do it. There is another change which NAC has done. That is on, now they say you need not apply for NAC for a university as such. You can even get a college or an affiliating department accredited, which is a very big change, right? Suppose faculty of management says that we are autonomous, or we have been given certain freedom and we want our courses to be accredited. Fine. Right. So those technical institutions, I think all three of us are technical institutions. It may be better if you can think in terms of National Board of Accreditation rather than NAC, right? Because National Board of Accreditation is more focused on engineering and pharmacy and architecture and those courses, right? Management courses, right? So if my institution at Solon has certain humanities courses, certain arts courses, then you may prefer NAC. But if it is an engineering or engineering or a pharmacy or a management driven, then maybe NBAs. But their guidelines are different, right? Parameters are same, but then weightages, relative strengths of each courses determines where you should go. I hope I've answered your question. Although it is off the it is not strictly as per the mandate of this training program STC, but certainly I hope I have answered your
Thank you.
queries. Yes, yes, sir. Yes. Any other comments? Yes, sirs. Any other comments you have? Okay. What we can have is we can have 15-20 minutes tea break. We reassemble at 11:40. Is it okay for all my participants? Yes, sirs. We reassemble at 11:40, 11:45.
Yes, sir.
What time? What time? They said what time? 11:40 is okay.
45, sir.
Okay, what if I? As a teacher, you will need 5 minutes extra. I know it. Right. Okay. All the best. Bye. Bye.
चाहे देखे लो नहीं
What's the afternoon session will deliberate on how to plan and monitor educational institutions. This will be especially relevant to because my friends, my chairperson from ABES wanted that a session on planning and monitoring the educational institutions should be handled. So the program coordinator himself volunteered, and it is his area of expertise also on how to plan for educational institutions. Uh, Third request came on accreditation. Uh, NITTR Chandigarh is organizing a workshop on how to apply for accreditation for a technical institution. This is on 17th of September 2016 from 9:30 to 5:30. It's an hands-on experience. If some institution is interested in attending that workshop, please email us the details. We may be able to accommodate one or two participants from one institution. But there is a request from the director NITTR Chandigarh that only those persons who are actually involved in NBA report preparation uh, may come. So this is on 17th of September 2016 from 9:30 to 5, and the chairperson NBA himself will inaugurate that workshop. So this is to help institutions on how to apply for the accreditation process. I think these were the commands of my participants, and my program coordinator was kind enough to uh, accommodate all these queries of my participants. Yes, anything else before I start with the second part of my presentation? Yes, sirs. Anything? Any opening comments of any of my participants?
Hello.
Ji, yes, yes, yes.
Can you give the email ID where we have to send the request?
We'll do that. It is NITTR at just hold on. We'll flash it on the screen.
Pardon me?
We will flash it. We'll put it on the screen.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Including the coordinator is Professor Rakesh Vats. After the session, we'll put it, sir. We'll put it on the net. Okay. Yes. Yes, sir. Any other queries? Okay. So there are no more further queries on the first session. Let's start with the second part. The emergence of what we call it the knowledge economy. The knowledge, see, we moved from agriculture to production to mechanical. From mechanical, we moved to the service industry. Currently, service occupies almost 65% of total GDP. Almost two-thirds of the total earnings of the country come from services. It is it is said that by around 2025, competitive advantage of a nation emerges from its raw material. Later on, it moved to its skilled manpower. But the new thinking is that the future belongs to those institutions, those countries, those players who are able to create knowledge. How can you create a knowledge in an education? Find out the right kind of people and invest in them. So, gaining and retaining competitive advantage in an educational institution depends only on the skill of its faculty. All other aspects are coincidental. It is only Welcome back, friends. We are sorry for certain authentication error which occurred in the uh, line network. Uh, are we?
Yes, yes.
Are we available, sir, at all three places? Can I get a response? Bhubaneswar, Ghaziabad, Solan. Are we there?
So yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fine. Okay. So we were just discussing uh, the concept of a knowledge economy and how can educational institutions gain and retain educational leadership. One thing which we must learn from the Western mode of education is pick up any top institution in the world, any top institution in the world. Invariably, it would have been started as a private enterprise. And invariably, there would have been very little investment by the government. Take the case of Oxford. It was started by the citizenry of Oxford, London School, MIT, Sloan. All good educational institutions have a private beginning. The authorities realized that they be better managed in private hands through competitiveness. Second lesson we learn in this knowledge economy is that each one of these institutions have developed certain area of expertise. They are not into mass, right? They are into class. And they have realized that it is not possible for any institution to offer all courses under the umbrella. So they have chosen certain area of influence. It is better to be a big fish in a small pond than to be a small fish in a big sea. They have realized that. That is why you find Harvard Business School epitome of ultimate management education. Our IIM Ahmedabad, right, specialized in marketing. There is no better institution, maybe in whole of Asia, teaching better marketing than IIM Ahmedabad. Right? So friends, one lesson we learn is that if we have to thrive in a knowledge economy, we must identify certain areas of competitiveness. This competitiveness may emerge from area of discipline, like or it may emerge from our placements, it may emerge from our unique laboratories, it may emerge. So any particular aspect where an organization feels it can succeed, it must lap onto that. Right? Second characteristic is with regard to identifying differentiator. What is in it which makes us different? What is the uniqueness in us? What in my friend from Solon said, leadership. Leadership emerges from our distinction, our uniqueness. We must have some unique point. In marketing, we call it as unique selling proposition. What is in it? What is unique in us, which makes us different from others? So it could be in terms of cost leadership. We offer a course which is at so low a price that nobody can believe it. We can offer in terms of differentiation, unique product. We could offer multiple options to a student. Sorry. Another key point is that the the knowledge economy is thriving at such a great speed, unbelievable speed. Nobody can stop an idea whose time has come. So if we have to really make a great institution from an average institution, we must imbibe that culture of innovativeness. We must reward innovativeness. Small innovations. You need not have a breakthrough innovation. You need not have cutting edge technology. But that empathy factor, closeness to our participants, closeness to our students, giving them an homely environment is what will differentiate us. Right? I don't know whether my participants at other places know. We have two private enterprises, two private educational institutions. I'm not into what is the quality they are offering or what type of modules they are following, but certainly you have 3-4 institutions in the country in private sector which are doing exceedingly well. One good example could be IMT Ghaziabad. Another example could be lovely institution in Jalandhar. Another could be Chandigarh University in Punjab. Right. Similarly, School of Communication and Management Studies at Kerala. We have RV College of Engineering. We have MS Ramaiah College. Now, what are these? Each one of them have multiple disadvantages, multiple weaknesses. But what is in it which makes them a favorite institution for students? You will find one common thread there. And that common thread is care for the students. Please remember, parents have left their kids at your command, right? And this is a very, very impressionable age, especially that 17, 18, 20 years, right? Very impressionable age. Now, if we are able to incorporate in those students a feeling of belongingness, these things they can't be done overnight. But if you can incorporate certain feeling of equity, branding in them, you will reap the benefit in 3, 4, 5 years time, right? This is why institutions like Harvard, institutions like Michigan, London School, their corpus runs into billions of dollars. They have a waiting of 8,000, 10,000 students per seat. Now, what makes these institutions great is their alumni. My friends, all of you, your institutions must also be working on developing the alumni base, but certainly invest in your alumni, because alumni is your best brand ambassador. They can bring funds for your institution. They can have favorable inclination of the employer. If your alumni does well in the industry or an organization will certainly like to revisit back into your campus and recruit your prospective students. So please try to have a mindset, big mindset. See, mind is like a parachute. It works only when open. How can you ensure your organization becomes big? Big not in terms of volumes, not in terms of student base, not in terms of revenues. Bigness in terms of favorable inclination of three major stakeholders are there in any educational institution: students, recruiters, and the general public. And we need to invest in developing relationship with all three of them. As Michael Porter said, 5 forces, right? You may incorporate in it another factor, that is your competitors, or to some extent the parents, but typically 3 major: students, recruiters, and the general public, neighborhood public. We need to invest in them. Next point I will like to highlight is use of technology. Right? I started with technology as an enabler. Gradually I am moving to a stage where technology is the must factor. Right? Who could have thought 15 years back that there will be no need of a watch, there will be no need of a scanner, there will be no need of a printer, there will be no need of a postal department. Now, when was the last time my friends wrote a letter? My participants. They may not remember. They have never posted a letter now. They have emailed a letter now. Now, the largest selling camera in the world, which used to be either Kodak or Minolta, or is not there. Kodak now hardly gets any revenues from selling. Its major business was on printing paper on which you print a photograph. But who develops a photograph now? Hardly anybody. So the major seller of cameras are not the classical camera manufacturers, but it is Samsung or Nokia, which does not manufacture a camera, but every handset mobile has an inbuilt camera. So if our students do not change, if our faculty does not change, the change will override us. So technology being integrated, I think the scanners or the uh, emails are used more by medicos than by engineers. Why? Because doctor, many a times the only time the doctor would have seen the patient would have been on the operation table, because junior group of doctors would have given him every minute detail about a CAT scan or whatever on his email. So let us move towards use of technology as a facilitator in educational institutions. For example, let us come out with an online entrance test. If entrance test is through a particular other, let us have online mid-semester tests. Let us post all assignments on the net. Let us save paper. This, with the sophisticated technologies available, you can even find out at what time the student has downloaded the assignment. With anti-pilferage packages, you can even find out whether it has been plagiarized or not. So, as institutions become more and more technology savvy, technology driven, this can certainly lead you to reduce your cost and act as a key differentiator. As I said in the beginning of the second half of the session, two major sources of advantage an institution can create. One, by reducing its cost. Second, by offering a differentiated product, differentiated service. And technology can help in both of these in an educational institution. Yes, my friends, any comments you have or anything you will like to add on, because we continuously learn from our participants. That helps us to reframe our courses, reframe our presentations. Yes, sir. This I think is from Ghaziabad. Yes. Yes, sir. Any comments? Yes. Can you come little? Yes. Yes.
Okay. Sir, actually, just as you mentioned on 17th September.
Sir, थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए, sir. Its voice is not very modular. Huh? Yes, sir.
Hello, now?
Yes, fine. It's fine. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, actually, just to mention on 17th September, you will be having some accreditation.
We will try to do on video conferencing also, provided NBA permits. Because the requirement had come only in the morning from one of our participants. So immediately we talked to our director. He was kind enough to organize it on 17th. But whether it will be uplinked through weblink, we will try to see. We don't promise, but we'll try.
No, sir, I just wanted to know whether it is based on the new curriculum of SCR.
Yes.
From NB or latest one.
Sir, the 4th August notification we will use. They have come out with a new notification in the first week of August. It is basically meant to sensitize the participants on what are the changes, and in case some institution is applying de novo, then how to go about it. The NBA we are working with if they can hold a workshop in a separate room for those organizations which come with their basic skeletal data. In order to help them to incorporate that in their report. This is the, but it's a too sketchy a time because we hardly had any time. So we'll work it out, and maybe by Friday, I think Friday is the last day. By Friday we'll give you the details. But certainly session is on 17th.
And thanks for what you have said about the three stakeholders. And here we have been working to match our things with the students, general public, and as well as the parents, as you mentioned. And we also do consider faculty as also as a main stakeholder, which interact with all these three and works as a mentor, like as a soft corner to our students. And here we faculty work as a mentor to our students. So thanks for your valuable suggestions to us, and we have been implementing most of them, and will improve whatever we can do here.
See, thank you, friend. The whole purpose of video conferencing through 3 and maybe next, which we are organizing in the first week of September, maybe we will incorporate more institutions, is that let there be a learning from each other. See, we don't think that institutions at Ghaziabad, another at Solan, or another at Bhubaneswar are competing with each other. Let us collaborate. Let us learn from each other, because whenever such a video conferencing takes place, people from other institutions come to know what is happening in other institutions. See, we all are living in a very open this thing. So learning through such sharing is perhaps the best methodology of learning. Now we are planning another, like you said, that faculty. Faculty to me is an integral part of any institution, and in fact it is the pillar, maybe much stronger a pillar than even the management. Sorry, I'm using a very strong language. Empowered faculty is the major source through which any educational institution can thrive. Management has invested in terms of money, management has invested in terms of time, but it is the intellectual capital of the faculty which drives an organization. For example, a good research paper from, say, my participant at Solan, right, will carry a tagline: faculty, comma, XYZ organization, comma, Shimla, comma, Solan. Now, branding of the educational institution in the academia is more through the contribution of the faculty than the management. A peer-reviewed paper from any educational institution travels to at least 300, 400 good researchers in that domain. My friend sitting from Hamirpur is right. We all are working on that, and the more research publications come from collaborative researches. For example, my friend at Bhubaneswar, after this conferencing, we'll give you addresses of institutions which have participated. Collaborates with somebody in Solan, collaborates with somebody at ABS, Ghaziabad, or whatever, right? That cumulative paper may have a much higher H index. Why? Because research has been done at 2 or 3 different institutions. So we have to move from an era of competing with each other to collaborating with each other. This synergism, this synergistic relationship which you develop, has an unbounded rationality, has an unbounded limits, and that is the whole purpose of these workshops. Okay, so let us integrate technology not only to enhance the teaching learning pedagogies, but also to enhance the interaction among the faculty. Today, NITTR Chandigarh has provided you a platform where you can interact with each other. Tomorrow, maybe ABS takes the lead. We are more than willing to collaborate with them, more than willing to help them, provide them the platform of this networking. Okay. Yes, sir. Any other comment? Any other aspect you will like us to cover or highlight during next 3 days? Yes, sir. Little loud, please.
Hello.
Ji, sir.
No, sir, as I already mentioned, it should be more concentrated on strategic
Sir,
management.
may I request, sir, may I request your fellow participants at this is at which place?
Yeah, sure.
APS, sir, एक request है, please पीछे से थोड़ा noise volume कम कर दीजिए. Because your participants are speaking among themselves, they are just creating little disturbance in the network. Please,
Sure.
please. Thank you, sir. So sorry
Now,
for the
how is
inconvenience.
no issues, sir. I think it should be there. So now it's audible.
Yes, fine. Yes, sir.
Sir, just means we have joined this seminar on the basis like SWOT you mentioned, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats in relation with all the stakeholders we want to have in these sessions. Basically, what should be the strengths of the faculties, or maybe with the students, or I already mentioned with the stakeholders. So it will be strength should be on the basis of faculty, students, and management as well. In the same cases, what are the threats for the management or maybe with the faculties? Like if faculty does not do any research work, they may be in threat there is a competitive world as mentioned by Raman College. I remember that even Solon has mentioned that there is a lot of competition going on and they are struggling with the students admission case. Similarly, the opportunities what is available. This is the major point I want to means NITTR. This conference should FDP should mention here what and all the opportunities are there for us in which we can lead. I think this point should be relevant because this is directly what the students are looking forward. So I just want to this SWOT works well with this kind of FDP. And especially the strategic management, what are the planning means good institutes does have like yesterday Professor Daljit was the alumnus of Berkeley, so he just mentioned out some of his points what and all is happening. So same conversation I want from different speakers who will come in the coming 3 days, so that what should be our plans, our monitoring system, our assessment system, and discussions on these will be really pragmatic and fruitful for our FDP. So points from our side.
Okay, fine. Yes, sir. Any other point? Okay. My friend wants us to highlight on how SWOT analysis should be done for an educational institution. Am I right, sir? This is what you want? You basically want how SWOT analysis should be done for an educational institution. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes,
okay,
precisely,
fine. I'll inform the coordinator. He will take care of this. Now, one or two points on opportunities. You said that what are the opportunities for the faculty first, and then later on students. See, there are two major schemes of Government of India, which every faculty member must participate. It's not only our national responsibility, but also fairly good source of revenue for the faculty. One is the E-Sakshat program. Sakshat, S-A-K-S-H-A-T, Sakshat. E-Sakshat program of the UGC. It's a wonderful program. UGC has identified around 40 disciplines, maybe 42 disciplines. And for each discipline, they have identified right from BA1 or BSc1 or B Pharmacy 1 right up to the MA final. They have come out with a model curriculum, model syllabus. That model syllabus is available on UGC website. Just my request to my faculty is just enroll for that. Try to find out, suppose in some faculty, my friend from Solon was from commerce, she said she's from commerce or management. There is one session for suppose BCom third year on management accounting, or my faculty at Bhubaneswar is into electrical engineering, and there is some session on some lecture on electronics circuits. Enroll yourself as a faculty for writing the script of that particular E-Sakshat program. This can be done at 3 levels. Please come here. Sir, please come here. Please come here. We welcome our director, my dean. Please, please. Sir, please. This e-Sakshat program is at 3 levels. First is you want to write the script up to maybe say 20 pages. You write the script. You feel that you're not comfortable in writing this script. There are some scripts already available on eSakshat. You can prepare a PowerPoint presentation of that. You feel you're not very comfortable at a PowerPoint presentation. You have a good modular voice. Then you can lend your voice to that eSakshat course. So what I'm saying is, at 3 levels, each course divided into 15 to 20 lectures. So think of the total eSakshat program. It runs to somewhere around 60,000 lectures. That's a huge database required. And who will prepare this database? It is only the faculty. Courses in management, in engineering, in architecture, in pharmacy, you name the course, you name the level, at diploma, at ITI, at polytechnic, every level government wants to enter into through the eSakshat program. So that is a huge opportunity for my faculty. That's one. Second, now coming to those programs which are for faculty as well as students. We have MOOCs, massive online courses. Courses already available under MOOCs platform are from IITs, are from NITs, are from IIMs. Now, many of these lessons are wonderfully done, but they still need to be replicated or converted into something lower level. Need not be at MBA, maybe at BBA, need not be at BBA, maybe at +2 level. So there is another opportunity available for the faculty and students to take advantage of the MOOCs lessons which are already available on the net. That is the third scheme. That is, there are some wonderful foreign author books, but they need to be tailored. They need to be made relevant to the faculty and student in Indian context. So, if my faculty is keen, it can talk to some of the major publishers like Prentice Hall, like Macmillan, like Oxford, and convert their books, McGraw, convert their books through Indianization of the books. So friends, opportunities available to the faculty are plenty. This is A. B. Those of my faculty which is into research domain, my request is continue to visit the websites of UNDP, UN Environment Program, FAO, Food Agriculture Organization, like this. They are World Bank. They are doing multiple projects, especially in developing countries. I know it is very difficult for a faculty sitting in remote corner to get a project. No problems. Please see which are the coordinators who have got a project. For example, I'm just taking a hypothetical case. There is a small area in Punjab, Muktsar district, from where our revered Chief Minister comes, right? And somebody from IIM Ahmedabad or maybe from somebody in US has or UK has got a project to find out socio-economic status of farmers in developing countries. Very big project. Small portion of that comes Punjab. Even a micro portion of that Punjab comes my Muktsar. So apply to that coordinator saying that I want to be associated as a co-investigator in a major research project being funded by UNDP, maybe of 5 million or 10 million. Why not incorporate that? Be the resource person or the co-investigator for a very limited domain of Muktsar. Now this will add to your CV. This will give you instill confidence in you to apply for a major project. So friends, this is how faculty normally graduates into higher level of responsibilities. I hope I have answered partly your question, may not be to your satisfaction, but this is how we at NITTR and at Punjab University are developing. Ji sir. Yes.
And thanks for providing e-Shakshar notes and UNDP details. So, hello.
Hanji, yes, we are on the line. Yes, sir.
Yes, that's what we want, sir. That the things you mentioned, like e-Sakshar, MOOCs for students, and UNDP. So this is what we are looking forward. What we are looking forward. And if we have been such a discussion, then it will be really pragmatic for us. That's what
Okay.
we want as a discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
What I will do is I will ask my speaker for tomorrow uh, to give you certain sources of funding for research. Uh, I don't know how many of you are really keen on it, but if we get a good feedback from all our three centers, we will certainly request some of our senior faculty who is into research to provide you the latest list of what are the schemes available of AICTE, All India Council Technical Education, schemes of ICSSR, Indian Council Social Science Research, or schemes of UGC, or schemes of multilateral funded organizations uh, which are into funding research. But then that depends on how much is my participant base interested, because I'm getting an enthusiastic response from Bhubaneswar, but I don't know about other places. So if there is a plenty of requirement of it, maybe half an hour or 1 hour of one of our key speakers will highlight that. But certainly we have jotted it down. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Any other requirements, please? Because see, it's always better in the beginning, first session, we come to know about your requirements, and then we tailor our whole presentation accordingly. My Professor Nand, he's my teacher, he's my senior, he's my mentor. So we all have grown through working under his tutelage. We still have that Guru Shishya Parampara here at NITTR. So thank you, Doctor, for coming and blessing me. For yes, sirs. Yes. Anything else, my friends?
No,
You will like to?
no, that's all.
No, at some other institution. Yeah, yes, sir. This is. Please, sir. My request is whenever you are interacting, please switch on the mobile, and later on, please switch it off. Otherwise, it get mic. Please switch on your mic, please. Please switch on your mic.
Hello.
Sir, please switch on. Now you are audible. Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, as you visited number of institutes, so it's our request on behalf of my CV Raman College of Engineering. We are requesting you to please visit our campus so that you will also get some expo idea.
No,
Because it will.
we are more than willing, right? The offer should come from you. Where we have a very dynamic faculty, right? We continue to visit, but certainly we will continue to uplink you also. And in case your institution can provide us a certain video of your institution, we will like to run in this program or later on also, because the whole what is the whole purpose of such interactions is that we learn from each other. So if there are some good management practices for which you have prepared any video clip, we are more than ready. You just upload for us, we will link it, because this is what we have been doing in other programs. We normally slot 15 to 20 minutes, or maybe even half an hour, or maybe 45 minutes for each institution to uplink and show its strengths, because then that message travels. Am I right, Akshay? That is how message travels. That is how we learn sitting at. It may not be possible for all our 70 plus faculty to visit each institution. So if you have some video uplink, please do it either today afternoon or tomorrow morning, and then please pose certain specific questions where participants from other institutions can help you to overcome those challenges. So that's the whole purpose of this exercise.
Thank you,
I
sir,
hope.
for your giving.
No, we'll be
And
more than keen to see your video. That is because it's
yes,
a
sir.
great experiential learning. If you can upload it tomorrow morning, we will provide you that link.
Yes, sir. We will provide you some clips so that you will get it.
Right. Certainly, sir. Yes. Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
Any participant from Solan who would like to add on? Solan is our neighborhood next door. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said that we should have the cost
But
leadership.
my director is more keen to listen to other faculty also. You're welcome, but then no, you're fine.
I'm asking
Man,
on behalf of all whole
no,
faculty
certainly
members.
management people know how to take credit. I know that. I'm also from management, and my guru is also from management.
I'm asking on behalf of whole faculty
Ji,
members.
ji, ma'am.
I want to ask how we can have the cost differentiation or cost leadership. As being a private institute, we have to manage our own funds. So how we can have the cost leadership along with the quality?
Okay, fine. Uh, two, three uh, ways in which institutions have done it. If you, I'll not go into the Western model. My request is please switch off the mobiles because it is zooming back. Okay. There are two, three ways in which good institutions in the country have done it. I will not replicate the Western model that may or may not be applicable for all of us. See, I'm talking of an institution next door. Maybe we do not like it. We want it to grow much bigger than this. Is the Shulini University in your neighborhood? They have created a benchmark for themselves in biotechnology area, right? And because they were also uplinked with us in some of the programs. We were astounded to know that they have 150, 200 crore projects with them. The unheard of a private institution getting projects from ICAR or ICMR and like that. I mentioned RV College of Engineering, right? It has a student base of around 18,000 in a city where there are 100 plus engineering colleges. Now, what is their model? Their model is very simple. They believe in economies of scale. They have built that scale where economies automatically come. Right? MS Ramaiya or SCMS, School of Communication at Karnataka, at Kerala. They have created a niche. MS Ramaiya is among the top 10 private engineering as well as management colleges. So we can't say that private institutions cannot prosper because they have shortage of funds. As I said, there's no shortage. The shortage is of ideas. Small institutions like IMI Delhi, whatever it may be, but it has a capital base of around 100 crores now. Now, friends, when I say cost leadership, I basically do not mean cost cutting. I mean increased revenue generation. That revenue generation could come from very divergent fields. I'll name one institution in Punjab, Dev Samaj College. My request to my participants is please visit the website of Dev Samaj College of Education, Dev Samaj College at Firozpur. It's a lesson in itself. Border area, college for women, where the female birth rate is only 860, 870. where women education is less than 15%. And here is a college which has been rated among the best colleges in the country, among the top 10 best arts, liberal arts college in the country. How is it possible? So we are not starved out of funds, we are starved out of ideas. This is what I said. Just visit the website. It has a wonderful video link also. They realized that my students belong to humble background. They belong to conservative families. They will never ever like to go outside the domain of the, I will say, a mediocre city, not a very prosperous city. So what did they do? They made it compulsory for all students to enroll for cosmetology, for fashion designing, for computer literacy, like this. So they started adding value. And then they roped in all these social ministries. Ministry for Empowerment, Ministry for Child and Women Development, Ministry for so and so. Today, their grants exceed 300, 400 crores every year. Now, this is where my institutions, and who takes the lead? It is not the principal. Principals come and go. It is the faculty, which is perhaps the most permanent aspect in any educational institution after the management. Now, if the faculty, now, where does the role of faculty come? Faculty needs to own the institution. I'm not saying ownership in terms of management or ownership in terms of profitability. No, ownership is mindset. If tomorrow I say that this is my institution, that makes all the difference. You need to say it is our institution. And then funds will automatically come. Why? Because I realize I have to earn for myself. Please remember, in a regulatory framework, especially in, my friend from Solan will agree, in a regulatory framework, highly regulated educational structure in Himachal, my fees are determined by outside forces. My student base is determined by outside forces, limited number of seats. I need to think in terms of additional sources of revenue for my institution. That's an additional responsibility which we in public sector will never be able to imagine, will never be able to realize or appreciate. But then it is one of the factors. I hope I have answered your question, young lady. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, sir. This is, I think, Bhuvneshwar.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yes,
very good
yes.
afternoon.
Welcome back, sir. Yes, sir.
Myself, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, HOD Chemical Engineering of Semi
In,
Government College of Engineering.
in chemical?
Yes, sir. Myself, Chemical Engineer.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, sir.
So, sir, I have got two questions.
Ji, sir.
First of all, this workshop is very good. SWOT analysis is very, very essential for everybody. I am
Yes.
appreciating. So, but my two questions are there regarding the area of FDP, Faculty Development Program. How do I get the benefit from the institute like your of high repute to develop some FDP related program? Because I am planning to do so for my department. And the second one is there are, you know, sir, chemical engineering is a core branch, so it needs it has got several dimensions.
Just hold on, sir. Give me a minute. I will talk to my director, dean, and then I will get back. Just a minute.
Okay, sir.
Okay. You have asked me two pointed questions. One is that how can NITTR help you in organizing faculty programs? Am I right? This is what you want?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Sir, there are two ways in which we can do it at institutional level, right? Because we are doing it at institutional under the institutional framework. One is that if you visit our website of NITTR, we conduct around 275 to 300 staff training programs every year, out of which around 50% of them are for the faculty, and around 100 plus are for the staff. By staff I mean the administrative staff. So like you are HOD, we may have a program for you for, say, educational leadership. We may have a program on continuing education programs. We may have a program on leveraging technology for education, educational administration. We may have a program on training the trainers. So like this, we organize broad spectrum programs, around 275 to 300 every year, and we have been doing it for now almost 20 years. So we have developed certain competence there. That is one. Second is, my faculty is very enthusiastic in collaborating. So if say Bhubaneswar Center, CV Raman Center wants to organize a faculty program at Bhubaneswar, we are more than willing to offer you our video conferencing facilities. You can block a slot. You can block a slot for us. My sir is more than benevolent. You can block a slot. Suppose you say that in our 5-day program on Thursday from 11:30 to 1, we want some speaker or we want a panel discussion beamed live from NITTR Chandigarh. We are more than willing to cooperate, more than willing to. We have a dedicated team of people who are into video conferencing, and we have a wonderful setup. One of these days we'll zoom into the facilities available at our center and we will show. So that is one. Second is, my faculty can even help you to develop the module for the training program. Professor Anand he has in fact a specialization on content development and its deliverance, on different methodologies for offering teaching learning. So maybe he will also interact with you in one of these sessions. So that is available. I think, and regarding your specialized requirements for chemical engineering, that I will have to check. Tomorrow morning session we will let you know if there are some programs specially meant for chemical engineering. We have some on course development.
It's not audible, sir.
Are a chemical engineer, and if you are interested in developing some material, it will be good that you send your biodata to them and show your interest. They will definitely call you and they will take the help of your expertise. But here also, if you feel that you are interested, especially interested in for undergraduate program in chemical engineering, you can also write to the director and write to him that you are interested in doing this. So many modules you will prepare, and that can be distributed all over the country.
Sir is basically highlighting the e-Sakshat program. In addition to this, we at NITTR also help in developing the course curriculum and the teaching methodologies for sector-specific courses. So we certainly have workshops on polymers, on plastics. Actually, Punjab. So what we will do is, we will in one of these sessions we will give you the exact details on which welcome sir, exact details on which the program for chemical engineering related subjects, because I am not from chemical engineering, so I am not an expert on it, but certainly my team will let you know which are the programs being organized, and you can certainly depute some of your faculty to attend them, or if possible we'll give you the video link to that program. I hope I have answered partly your question, please, sir. Yes, CV Raman
Sir,
Center. Yes, sir.
I've got second question.
Yes.
Sir, can I ask you the second question, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sure. Yes, sir.
Sir, you know the various dimensions of chemical engineering. So how I do the, I will take the initiative for the various level of project work, and how my teachers and along with me, we will be applying for these funded level of projects. Can you help us to move in this regard?
Sir, how old is your chemical engineering department?
It has been more than 10 years, sir. It has been
Okay.
started.
Are we offering any postgraduate courses
Yes, sir. We have got two postgraduate courses. One is MTech in
in chemical engineering for 5 years?
and another one is the food technology. It's a very amazing course in Eastern region, and we are offering that courses from our institutes.
More than 5 years, sir? More than 5 years postgraduate?
Now, food technology is not more than 5 years, but the chemical engineering is more than around 5 years.
Okay, okay. What I recommend to you is, this is just I don't have much information, but then this is what the latest thinking is. There is a World Bank sponsored project by the name of TEQIP, Technical Education Quality Improvement Program, TEQIP. Its second phase is expected in November. This TEQIP program is for emerging areas in engineering, science and technology. The TEQIP 2, which is to be launched by Government of India, MHRD, is for cutting edge technologies in the emerging areas. So, and food is certainly in that list. Food is in that list of emerging areas, as is nanotechnology, as is material science. So, if you visit the site of MHRD, try to find out which institutions have got a TEQIP grant in the second cycle. Second cycle started in 2013. It is to be over in 2016, October. Third cycle will start in November. The grant ranges from 5 crore to 35 crores. But on an average, institutions get somewhere around 7 to 10 crores. That's a huge amount to build up infrastructure. You get money for research, for fellowships, for attending seminars, organizing seminars, workshops, faculty programs, staff development programs, and like that. This is known as the World Bank sponsored TEQIP program. I hope many of your faculty must be knowing about it, but please prepare yourself, because you have to prepare an IDP, Institutional Development Program. The ultimate aim of TEQIP is to make the institutions self-reliant, autonomous, and come to a certain level where they can compete with the recognized institutions like NITs and RECs. So it is in that context that TEQIP program has been launched, right? But it's preparing an IDP program it's a cumbersome process. It is almost 300 pages report you have to prepare, develop your own strengths and weaknesses, deliverables, internal revenue generation programs. How will you ensure that after 3 years or 5 years on the completion of this TEQIP program that you will be self-sufficient? So all this needs lot of inputs. So my request is, please ask some of your faculty to download the form and start preparing for it, because they don't give you more than 1 month to apply. So your program, your report must be more than ready. And government has a 70-30 principle. This is not a cardinal principle, but this is a thumb rule. Thumb rule says that almost 70% of the total TEQIP grant must go to private unaided colleges and only 30% to government, because government is already getting funds from different institutions. So my request is, If you feel that food technology is your strength and chemical engineering is your strength or polymers is your strength, please apply for a sector specific TechIP program. I hope I have given you some lead. I'm not from TechIP, but then this is how we and NITTR have got it. Punjab, Chandigarh has got 4 institutions which are TechIP institutions. So based on their experience, I'm sharing with you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Any other? We still have 3-4 minutes in case some other clarifications, because then we will beam live from 2 o'clock onwards. 2 o'clock. Yes, sir. Any other comments? Any other comments from any other center? Any other aspect you want us to highlight? Bhubaneswar link karo. Bhubaneswar aa raha hai. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bhubaneswar. Yes.
We have received your answers, sir, from your side. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Then we part for lunch. We reassemble at 2:15, 2:15.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day, please. Thank you. Thank you.
अच्छा, ये घूम रही रंग लगाने वाली रंग लगा रही भगवान ने कहा कि काम वाली को सीधा करने का भगवान कैसे काम वाली को जगह की तरह वो इसी तरह काम करने की होता भगवान ने कहा काम वाली है काम वाली को काम वाली की तरह रखो काम की तरह ही करो ये बताओ ये जो सेकंड ईयर के बच्चे क्या है ये सब चीजें तुम पार्टिसिपेट करने जा रहे हैं जीतने आए थे ना आपको तो जो 12 हुआ था क्या काम है मैं सैलरी नहीं दूंगा आपने बता दी नहीं पता चली नहीं बात बच्चे ने एप्लीकेशन की पहले गलत लगा हम पार्टिसिपेट करने जा रहे हैं अभी तो आपका कोई नहीं जाएगा पूछ रहे मैं तो ये कहता कि अगर एप्लीकेशन आई होती तो हम कॉपी अगर आई थी ये भी वापस कर दी होती पैसे ऐसे के बिना आपको अलग नहीं किया जाएगा आपको बहुत गलत देखो पूरे सेशन बैठे या ना बैठे सेशन स्टार्ट होने में टाइम से पहले बैठेंगे यही तो बड़ी खासियत है
हाँ
କେମିତି ଏକ୍ସେପ୍ଟ କରିବା କଣ ପାରାମିଟର୍ସ କଣ ତାର ପ୍ଲସ୍ ଏଣ୍ଡ କନ୍ସ
ସେମାନେ already trained ନା
ଅଲରେଡି
ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ ମାନେ ଏଇ ଛୋଟ ଛୋଟ ଜିନିଷ।
ପାଣି ଛୁଆ ସେଟା କି ଆପଣ ସ୍ନାଇକ୍ କରିବେ କମନ୍ ପାଣିଟା ସେ ବିଷୟରେ କଲ୍ କରିବା ସେଟା ଭାରି ୟୁଜଫୁଲ୍ ଜିନିଷ ଆପଣ ଆପଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ କାମ କଲେ ଆପଣ କାମ କରିବେ ଆପଣ ଡିସିପ୍ଲିନ୍ ଦେଖେଇବେ ଆପଣ ଏଇଟା ମୁଁ ସେମିତି ଆଉ ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ ଯିଏ ଜାଣିବେ କି ଆପଣ ପାଇବେ ତାକୁ ଡିସିପ୍ଲିନ୍ ଦେଖେଇବେ। कम्युनिकेशन वाला बढ़िया कम्युनिकेशन जो बढ़िया इंग्लिश को नो कम्युनिकेशन वाले यू हैव टू लिसन फास्ट बढ़िया मन करता है मुझे सेलेक्ट को वो तो मुझे सेलेक्ट करना है लिसनिंग इज अ पार्ट ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन सुनिले अपना कम्युनिकेट करिए खाली कम्युनिकेट करि पर तुम घंटा घंटा लिख से पूछ अरे दिले लिखि देले बचपन से राइटिंग इज अ कम्युनिकेशन करता है read a passage reading भी तब pause तब comma put कर देना पड़ेगा listening writing speaking and what on the reading that is also communication effective communication में मुझे कुछ बात
ତାଙ୍କର ସଂସ୍ଥା ଶିଖିକି ଅଛନ୍ତି। ବଢିଆ ଗୋଟେ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ହେଲା ଯେ ମାନେ ଏମାନଙ୍କୁ କିଛି ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ ଅଲରେଡି ଦେ ଆର୍ ୱେଲ୍ ଟ୍ରେନ୍ଡ ସେଥିପାଇଁ କିଛି ଆଗରେ ଏଇଠି ବସିଥା ବାବା ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ବସିଥିଲେ ଗୋଟେ ମେମ୍ବର ଯୋଉ ପିଲାଟା ସିରିୟସଲି କହୁଛି ବସିଥା ବାବା ପାଣି ଆଣି ଥୋଇଲେ ବସିଥା ଏକ ଜଣ ଯଦି ଆସିଗଲେ ତମେ ପଳେଇବ ଆଉ କଣ କରିବା ବାଧ୍ୟ तो ऐसे से चेयरमैन जो नहीं से एड्रेस पचाला ना भुवनेश्वर माने कम कॉलेज रे भुवनेश्वर के दूर पचाला नहीं से अपन थिले से तो फ्यूचर जो ट्रेनर ना पेरेंट वैसे आसला से भी पेरेंट आसो ही आसो सेति में मु सेतो तार से क्वेश्चन उठे एनालिसिस करि जे ये स्पेसिफिकली भुवनेश्वर केते माने इनर ना आउटर पचला आपण से तार क्वेश्चन एनालिसिस को लेके तो आपण गोटे जदी माने कि विजुअल हे होचंती आपण आपण एल एक्चुअल होची चार स्टेप रो ना गोटे पिक्चर गोटे नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट लेवल रे तो भल लाग गोटे विथिन 10 न होला विथिन 100 विथिन क्या कर रे
कि पहले में तब तक छोटा अभी गला तो आपन का डाउट नहीं होता पर हम ही करके
किंतु से मेंटली करले तो आपण एक क्वेश्चन है क्वेश्चन बोलते आपण में पर्टिकुलर नहीं करो सर ये आपण ये मैनेजमेंट ट्रेनिंग रो सर ए टेबल नहीं जो टेबल मतलब आपण मैनेजमेंट लेवल रे ठीक
एबडा आपनकर आपनकर अन्य मान को ट्रेन करिबा ने एबडा साथ आपनकर जो ट्रेनिंग का मैनेजमेंट ट्रेनिंग माने एज एक्सटर्नल एक्सपेक्ट समथिंग मोर फ्रॉम यू
कॉर्पोरेट ट्रेनर तो जस्ट लाइक कॉर्पोरेट
समथिंग दे विल एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम यू अपन बार मटेरियल थोड़ा था अपन अगर आपका नीचे भी दे देता है भाई वाले को मैनेजमेंट कोर्स करते हैं अपन ऑनलाइन जिनसे सब शुरू के चीजें पड़ेगा
सर मैंने आज ही डेट नहीं है if you limited with your only book only ना अच्छा कि book বা system में limited है गला बोले free hand is there
अपन देखो ये चैप्टर से आप ठीक है पेट्रोल बिल से करते हैं
ये साक्षात
ये चैप्टर
माने भी
मैक्सिमम टोटल मैक्सिमम क्योंकि कोई बड़ी भी जाना पड़ेगा देखा ये चैप्टर लोना ने जति सपरेट को 60000 लेक्चर्स सब प्रोग्राम पास बॉडी स्टडी और कोपला के लेक्चर दोना हमरे जो आपण पापा मते लेक्चर भलो लागे हमरे 100%
5000 टका देबे गुटे घंटा टॉप में 5000 टका देबे
बुक्स लेसन छोड़ा था ये बड़ा लेसन को अपनी के डिप्लोमा पे कर विचार
और सर
मारो तो बुक्स छोड़ा तो रही तक कवर तक इंडियनाइज करके करिए
मुक्स कोचन तो देखो जी मैंने ऑलरेडी मोर चालची मुक्स देखो जी
एम डबल ओ सी एस
एमओसी
एमओसी तो कौन एक्टिव जिसने
मैंने
କାଲି ଖାଇଛୁ ନା ମାଷ୍ଟର ଜଷ୍ଟ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ସେପଟେ ଦେଖାଯାଉନି ସେଇଟା ପାଇଁ ତୁମେ ସେପଟେ ବସୁ ଜଲ୍ଦି ଏପଟେ Dr. Rakesh K. WATS. WATS. ये बोला ना रे अपन जोड़े डाले लोग बोला सुन अरे
My Rakesh K Vats means Kumar Vats. Rakesh Kumar.
I am mic out for you.
Media Center, ETV, continuing education. I am heading 3 departments presently. I am also heading administration in the institute. So you can say I am presently having 4 portfolios, heading 3 departments and 1 administration. I am basically civil engineer. I have done BTech, MTech from Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. After that, I have worked in industry for 2 years in Delhi. And after that, in 89, I joined this institute as lecturer. And from that onwards, I am working in this institute for the last around 27 years, 27 or 28 years. So total experience definitely you can say is around 30 years, maybe in industry or academia. I have started my career in educational management and then continuing education. Presently, I am looking after, as I told you, continuing education, media, ETV, and administration. I have done doctorate in business management in addition to my engineering. So interest definitely in the area of management is there. So as I told you yesterday also, this is a very significant program because in today's scenario, we are not talking of general management, we are talking of strategic management because management is based on the strategies. Strategies is based on the time. Every strategy is based on the time. If one strategy may be successful today, may not be successful tomorrow. So time is a very significant factor. And accordingly, we are making strategies suiting our requirements. And this is the program for which we are there. And the session in the morning was on strategic management. And now I'm going to talk something on SWOT analysis. I don't know whether in the morning Dr. Sanjeev Sharma has told you something about SWOT or not. But as I started my session yesterday in the inaugural session, I may say, with a quote of a Chinese general Sun Tzu, from where the strategic planning and management came, 500 BC, he said one thing: if you know yourself and your enemy, you need not bother the results of 100 battles. Means for any improvement initiative, for any new project, unless you know where do you stand today, no improvement initiative can be successful or effective. And SWOT analysis is the basic means in that direction. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy means knowing the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the individual, or knowing the strengths, weaknesses, and threats of the enemy. Enemy means competitor. In the today's scenario, we are having lot many competitors, especially in technical education, because the system has expanded to such a level that survival is becoming a big question mark. If you have to survive, you have to improve, you have to be excellent, and in that direction, for any improvement initiative, you must know where do you stand today. And this SWOT analysis is one of the major means of identification of where do I stand today. I means we, or an organization or an individual stands today. So you can say SWOT analysis is the one of the basic and primary steps in any strategic planning or management for that purpose, or I may say one of the most important parameter based on which we identify the present status and for movement in the direction of improvement. As I said, SWOT has 4 alphabets: S for strengths, W for weakness, O for opportunities, and T for threat. And not only in any strategy, in any project, if you are submitting to any organization, maybe a financial project, maybe TUCO, maybe any project to Government of India, SWOT analysis chapter becomes one of the major strengths of that any project submission. So this is the basic requirement of any new project, any new initiative, any new improvement initiative, definitely any new strategic plan. So let me move ahead with this topic. SWOT analysis, I said, is a strategic planning tool used to evaluate, again, the same point: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Where it is in the organization while evaluating any project for its implementation in future. So this is the basic or concept of SWOT analysis. As I say, I have done a lot of work in the area of SWOT, and I must tell you, I have conducted SWOT analysis of NIT Hamirpur. I have conducted SWOT analysis of PEC University of Technology. I have conducted SWOT analysis of the state of Haryana, of all the institutions, mainly technical institutions like all the 15 polytechnics. Then I have conducted SWOT analysis of the state of Punjab. And I have worked in this direction, and I am working on this issue of SWOT analysis for the last many years. Although it appears to be a very easy thing to identify your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, but when you really work into it, it's a totally different direction from a novice to a professional. It's a totally different direction, I must say. It appears to be easy, but it's not so easy because it involves the contribution of many people, not one, and then professional oversight is also required. It can be used for the for measuring the status of any functional unit. It can be strength of your even one department. You can always go in for the SWOT analysis of a department, maybe of one functional unit, like you can say administration or accounts or electronics engineering department or anything. It can be SWOT of an idea also, whether the idea is having strengths, weaknesses, what are the possible opportunities. It can be conducted to know whether it is going to be feasible in future, all the directions. This is the basic based on which SWOT we do the ahead exercise. Basically, there are 2 parts in this SWOT analysis. 2 parts what I am talking, SW and OT. SW is strengths and weaknesses. This is the internal part. Strengths and weaknesses are internalized. These are inside you. And the O and T, opportunities and threats, are external part. These are from the environment. Opportunities and threats are from the environment. The same statement I am going to go again. I was saying that if you know yourself and your enemy, knowing yourself means internalized process, knowing your strengths and weaknesses. Knowing your enemy means knowing the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats of an enemy. These are external factors. So, as I said, the difference between the general planning or strategic planning is general planning, which we were applicable in the past, is internalized. It is talking of your strengths and weaknesses mainly. And the strategic planning is a added factor to it, to the general planning is external scan also, and what is happening in the environment which can impact the system, that has to be taken care of when you are talking of strategic planning or strategic management. So the major shift, as I said, is on two issues. The first, the general planning or general management is internalized process mainly, but the strategic planning or strategic management is external and internal process, or you may say internal and external scan. You have to conduct the scan of the yourself as well as of the environment to get into what is real scenario in the system presently. What is helps in? It helps in decision making, how the organization can use the strengths and opportunities to overcome the weaknesses and threats. How, the major focus is to use the strengths and opportunities. And definitely, it is always said that a chain breaks from the weakest link. You have to overcome your weaknesses simultaneously. If you are not going to overcome your weaknesses, you are bound to fail in a time in the future anytime. So, in addition to making your strengths more stronger and opportunities more available, you have to overcome the weaknesses of the system and the threats which are going to impact your system simultaneously. You have to cope up them, maybe using the strengths and opportunities strategy. This is called SWOT strategy, strength and opportunity strategy to overcome weaknesses and threats. So this is the scenario in which we use to overcome our weaknesses and threats. How we go about it? This is a little bit more on the issue. This is performed in the earlier development stage of the project. As I said, whenever you are going to submit any project or any improvement initiative you are going to take, you have to start with SWOT. SWOT lets you know where you stand. Let's say in an organization you are trying to identify what are your weaknesses and you find that your pass percentage is low. You identify it that your pass percentage is, let's say, 50%. It is based on your status. Unless you know where do you stand in terms of your pass percentage, you cannot improve upon it. So identification of where the status is, where do you stand today, is the basic parameter of any SWOT, and that helps us in identifying the issues or the thrust areas, which are the improvement areas. When we conduct a SWOT analysis, it helps us to identifying the thrust area. Thrust areas are those areas where there is a scope for improvement. Where there is a scope for improvement, there is scope for improvement can only be identified when you know where do you stand today. Thrust areas is basically a gap between the where do I stand today and where do I want to be in future. That is the gap, which is to be filled up by the strategies to be adopted by any organization. So it is generally performed in the earlier stages of development of any organization. Helps organizations evaluate the environmental factors and definitely based on the internal scan facing a project. If you have any queries till now, you are most welcome. Basically, as I said, strengths and weaknesses are the internal attributes of any organization or any individual. Opportunities or threats are from the external environment which are going to impact the system. So analysis of both is to be done while conducting the SWOT analysis. What are your possible strengths and weaknesses of any organization or individual, I may say? Some of these are listed here. Experience. Experience of an organization, experience of an individual is a strength, or it can be weakness also. Whatever is not out of this is your strength, that is a weakness. Resources. If you are having sufficient resources, it's a strength. If you are having some resources which are deficient, it's a weakness with the system. Let's say patent. If you are having patents, it's a strength. If you don't have the patent, it can be a weakness also. Good reputation. If you are having a good reputation in the market, this is some examples. There may be endless examples. Good reputation in the market is a strength. But if you don't have the good, people don't recognize you as a good institution or a good individual, it's a weakness for you. Then you, based on this good reputation, then you identify based on why I am having a good reputation. You identify based on it, good reputation. Let's say one point I am taking. Good reputation. Somebody says your organization is having a good reputation. Based on it, what I am going to identify? Good reputation is a nomenclature. What is making me to have a good reputation? Then based on this, I am trying to identify the strengths. And also, if there are some lacunas, I am trying to cope up with those lacunas so that my reputation should not be hampered at all. Originality. Let's say you have something brand new, which is nobody else is doing, some originality which nobody else is giving. Let's say you have started a degree program which nobody else is offering, and it's a demanding, definitely it's an originality. Some process which nobody else has adopted. Like the case of mobiles, every day you are having something new. Every original thing has the demand in the market. If you have some originality, people are going to run after you. And that's the reason originality becomes a strength. If you don't have originality, you are following a standard procedure, it may not be a strength for you during the times to come. Because if you will not do this thing today, somebody else will. This is a race. In the race, everybody is participating. Who will run the race first is going to win. Because in the system, let's say I am sitting in the Punjab. In Punjab, around 60,000 seats are there in the technical education system. But not all the seats are being filled. Only a few institutions are having the seats filled. Why so? Because they are having good reputation. Unless they have the good reputation, people is not going to come. Even in some institutions, they are giving so many discounts, so many offers, but still people are not coming to them. Because in today's scenario, people are after quality, after originality, after good reputation. And how good reputation is made is based on your strengths. That's the reason this analysis helps you in that direction. Then another, customer service. You may have everything with you, good, very good. But unless you are able to satisfy the customer, you are not good at all. If your customer is satisfied, it's a strength. If your customer is not satisfied, it's a weakness. In spite of having all the resources with you, all the experience with you, if your customer is not satisfied, this is a biggest weakness of the system. Because in today's, we are working for the customer. May I question you, who are your customers? Anybody would like to comment? Who are your customers? We are working for the customer. Who are your customers? You are not audible, sir.
Yeah, pardon, sir.
Please. Who are your customers?
Our students, our parents, and our stakeholders, such as employers.
Okay. Students,
Parents,
parents, employers, anybody else? Anybody
society,
else?
society members are society.
Society, anybody else?
All the stakeholders, sir.
All the stakeholders.
Yeah.
Do you think that teachers are also customers?
They are the facilitators, sir.
How they are customers? Don't you think that the teachers are also customers?
They will be the customers for the concerned organization, but they are the facilitator for the organization and as well as the stakeholders.
Let me tell you, do you know that there are two types of customers? One is external customers for whom we are always working, and other is internal customer. Who is internal customer?
Faculty members.
Who is internal customer? Anybody else who would like to comment? Who is internal customer? Anji, Manav Bharti, anyone would like to comment? Who are our customers?
Internally,
Many come close to the system.
students are the inputs,
Okay.
and externally the industry and society is our customer.
So students are not customers.
They are customers, but they are the products which are ultimately we are going to provide to the society. Either it's
That is true. That is true. That they are going to go to the society. But are students not customers?
They are the customers.
Then are teachers customers or not?
Teachers are the facilitator or providers.
You definitely facilitator is there, but are they customer or not? This is the basic question I am asking you.
Customer, you can we can say that there is a platform in the institutions
Let me
where
ask
we
you a
can.
simple question. Let me ask you a simple question first. Whom do you feel is a customer? I'm not asking you to name the customer type of. Whom do you feel is a customer?
A customer is a person whose needs are satisfied
Who
from
leaves? Who? Yeah, what?
whose needs are satisfied.
Whose needs are satisfied? That's okay. We are working for the needs of customer. But who is a customer? किसको कस्टमर कहते हो आप? आप कहते हैं ना ये मेरा कस्टमर है. Who is a customer?
To whom we are giving some value.
Who receives your product? Who receives your end product?
Both.
The customer, as per what do you say? Customer is a person who receives your end product. Maybe a society, maybe industry who are receiving your students is a customer. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So in that case, in that fashion, I am asking you whether teacher is a customer or not.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You could not reply directly whether it is teacher is a customer or not. Yes or no? If it is he is a customer, how is a customer?
Definitely, he is a customer. If he is receiving some values, naturally he is receiving some knowledge, some inputs for his enhancement of the knowledge and all. For that reason, we can say that teacher is a they are the customer.
Let me tell you from a different angle.
Hello.
In the Haji, please.
Sir, you have rightly pointed out that faculty members are also the one on customers. Yes, sir, I am also agree with this statement. They are the customers for the concerned organization or concerned employers, sir.
Okay.
Because the employers giving the services to the customer faculty member also in terms of remuneration or in different service sectors. That's why they are also the customers for the concerned organization, sir.
Okay, fine. So let me give you a different scenario now. I am saying in the supply chain, in the supplies or supplier customer chain, every second person is a customer. Every first person is a supplier, second customer is a customer. Like the situation I am giving it to you now. In your organization, a student is coming maybe after 10th or 12th. If it is engineering college, he is coming after 12th. If it is a polytechnic, he is coming after 10th. When he is coming to you, somebody else has taught him, and you are receiving him at that juncture. You are expecting that some background with some knowledge, skills and attitude or experience he should be coming to you. You are expecting something from the outside person who is supplying that student to you. At that time, you are a customer. When you are receiving a student at the first time in your system means, let's say, the teachers who are teaching the student in the first semester, they are the customers. And their supplier is that teacher who has trained those students with some knowledge, skills and attitude. And now what happens? During the first year or the first semester, these teachers are teaching, giving him some knowledge, skills and attitudes or experiences. When they are going to second semester, this teacher is becoming a supplier, and the teacher in the second semester who is expecting some knowledge, skills and experiences from this attitude from this student, they are the customer. This is a supplier change relationship. So what I am trying to say, customer service is very important. Even we are always talking about the satisfaction of the external customer, maybe industry, society. But for the satisfaction of the external customer, the most important prerequisite is the internal customer must be satisfied. In this case, what I am talking, the example I am giving, teacher is an internal customer. And the society or the industry, they are the external customers. So, based on that I am talking, even if we are talking of this satisfaction of the society, industry or world of work, in terms of the good qualities of it, competency of the students, then who is the prerequisite for that satisfaction? The prerequisite is that teacher who is an internal customer must be satisfied. That's the reason I said customer service from every angle, not from the angle of only society or industry. Customer service from the internal angle also is very important. When we are conducting the SWOT, we are always talking of the satisfaction of the external customer, but we never talk about the satisfaction of the internal customer, which is a prerequisite for the satisfaction of the external customer. I have taken this point very importantly because I keep on conducting the surveys. Whenever I give an example, people of talk of industry and other people don't talk of the satisfaction of the teachers at all, staff at all, which is very, very important prerequisite in the SWOT analysis. That's the point I am against SS. So customer service from every angle I am talking, internal and external both. Satisfaction of both internal and external customer is the requirement. Then efficiency. Efficiency means, what do you mean? What do we really mean by efficiency? May I ask you? What do we really mean by efficiency? What do you interpret as an efficiency? In your system, if I'm asking you, your organization is very efficient, your institution is very efficient, what do I really mean by it? Or your systems are very efficient, what do I really mean by it? Anybody would like to comment? Because these are the parameters which you have to discuss. I am going to give you this exercise of SWOT. You have to do the SWOT in terms of in groups, maybe a group of 10. You have to conduct the SWOT analysis of your organization as well as the individual SWOT. A few strengths, weaknesses of the yourself also you have to give opportunities and threat. I am going to discuss all these things with you, but this exercise you have to do for the institution also. So, what do you mean by efficiency? Although you know that these words are very simple and known to you, but when you apply it in the real sense, these become difficult in understanding. What do we really mean by efficiency of the system?
Hello.
Anji, please.
Hello, we are from C.V. Raman College of Engineering.
Okay.
What I feel when you talk of an organization, whether it is a business organization or an industry or an academic institutions, there are certain services that are to be rendered to many stakeholders.
Okay.
Now, how effectively and in a time-bound manner the services are rendered so as to satiate all stakeholders, that is, I think, a parameter of efficiency, I think measure of efficiency of the system.
So efficiency is only linked with time in your terms?
Not time, not only time, the effectiveness and the quality of services being rendered. Okay.
Can you define? Let me interrupt here. What do you mean by effectiveness then?
Effectiveness, suppose in an academic institution, basically we deal with the teaching learning process.
Okay.
If really our students are learning something and they are employable and can do something from this organization with full satisfaction, we say that the process is quite effective. The teaching learning process is quite satisfactory.
So efficiency is linked with effectiveness, or these are independent parameters?
I think there is a link. There is a relation.
I am really happy on you are smiling. I am really happy on this issue. But these are, let me tell you, when I am dealing with these issues during my many programs, although we are daily using these words, efficiency, effectiveness, and quality, but when we talk them to define this, they are unable to define this really. In your terms, if you are saying effectiveness is basically fulfillment of objectives. Am I right? Whatever objectives have been set by you, if you have set the objective as a learning, you are effective. If you have not set something else has been set an objective, fulfillment of any objective is effectiveness. But efficiency starts after it, not before it. Okay? Let me quote you a small story. I will be quoting this story afterwards. Efficiency is basically use of optimal resources. In business terms, it is called output by input, ETA. Efficiency is output by input. But output can be enhanced by efficiency can be enhanced by based on two things. Either you keep your input constant, and even after whatever you enhance the output, it will be efficiency will be enhanced. But you can do it otherwise also. Keep the output constant and reduce the input. Even then efficiency is enhanced. So efficiency, as I said, is optimal use of resources. In resources can be in terms of cost, resources can be in terms of time, resources can be in terms of quality. Any type of resources what you are talking is leading to efficiency. So it comes after effectiveness. Once the objectives have been fulfilled, effectiveness has been achieved, only then efficiency comes. So moving ahead, another important area is competitive advantage. What is your competitive advantage in terms of your competition, in terms of your competitors? Let's say you are sitting in, my three institutions are placed in, one is in Bhubaneswar, other is in Solan, and third is in Ghaziabad. Let me ask each one of them, at least identify one competitive advantage what you have. I am asking everybody. At least one competitive advantage in comparison to your competitors. What it is in terms of, first let me start with Manam Bharti. What is your competitive advantage? Any competitive advantage you would like to quote?
A very good afternoon, sir.
Anji, please.
First, our competitive advantage is related to our competitive analysis. And this competitive analysis include our strengths and weaknesses. So the competitive advantage of Manav Bharati University is, first we start with a good working of the management. Coming second to faculty, experienced faculty, and in terms of infrastructure, in terms of cost, it's good reputations. And the most important thing, the student we have and the quality education we provide to them.
Madam, let me ask you simple. Competitive advantage is always a comparative term.
Yes.
It's always a comparative term. You have said all these things what I have written in terms of strength, good reputation, good quality, good quality. But how you are rating it? That's the most important parameter I'm asking. Competitive maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, as you have given. But with whom you are comparing, that is more important.
We are comparing.
Let's say you are an X institution. Your Y institution is also having the same thing. Then how you are having the competitive advantage? That's the point. You take any example in comparison to nearby institution. You are nearby and then tell, okay, these are the parameters based on which I am better than that institution. That is the basic question I'm asking you.
In terms of infrastructure, we are better than any other educational institution.
Okay, fine. Though your infrastructure is competitive advantage. Have you ever asked your students when they are coming to join your institution that they are coming to your institution due to this reason, that your infrastructure is good, that's the reason they are coming to you?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever analyzed it?
Yes, sir. First they visit our institution. If they are really satisfied, then only they take the admission in. They are admitted into the institution.
How many times it has happened that students are coming to your institution before joining the institute and visiting your institution before that purpose? Has it happened that they are coming to your institution, seeing your infrastructure, or you are providing them some tour type when they are coming to your institution, seeing the infrastructure and then taking the admission accordingly? Is it the process like it? Otherwise, they cannot know about your infrastructure. What is inside? They cannot know it.
They visit our institution. They are coming themselves. They visit the institution. If they are satisfied, then only they take admission.
Okay. So this is a strategy you have adopted. You are trying to show that you have this type of infrastructure. Based on that, you are trying to make them satisfied that these are things which are going to be with you during your next 3 or 4 years, and these are things which are not available in any other institute. That's the reason you should have the admission in this institution.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Any other advantage, if you like to quote, is fine. Second institution, ABES. Anybody would like to? What is your competitive advantage?
Hello, sir.
Anji, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Watts.
What is your competitive advantage?
Sir, as we are settled in UP as one of the tier 2 AKTU colleges, so what I believe we are having very good placements as compared to our very nearby competitors and very good results. We are number 1 in UP, if you say. And thereafter, we are having as a resources very good faculties. Many of them are from IITs, and a lot of FDPs we used to happen here. And third very important part, that we reside in NCR. If you say Noida, Gurgaon, which is a hub for IT industry, they are just few kilometers away from us. So students just have a very good advantage to visit the industry, and placement used to happen because of that as well. And fourth most important is we are NBA accredited. So we just have a survey of different stakeholders which come up with the points of our infrastructure, faculties, placements, all these collaborated as a very good competitive edge as compared to our very nearby colleges.
Okay, very good. Very good. That's a good exercise you have done. You must have done this exercise for SWOT also, NBA also, I assume. This is good example you are talking. Very good. So even when you're sometimes what is happening, your locational advantage is a competitive advantage. Let's say some institution is in the hub of an industry. That's its locational advantage. That's going to be a competitive advantage to an organization which is placed in the rural area. So these are things to be taken care of while you are identifying your strengths and weaknesses. The third institution. Disconnect. So these are some of the issues which I have shown you. There may be many more parameters to be discussed while talking of our strengths and weaknesses. Let me give you some of the scenario of opportunities and threats. What are those basically? As I told you, opportunities and threats are basically from the external system. Some of the opportunities which I can quote is networking with other organizations. Other organizations may be R&D organizations, maybe industries, maybe similar organizations with whom you are sharing your resources for the betterment of the system. As the requirement of the day, if you're having good networking, or then you are definitely going to grow like it. Because in today's scenario, every resource cannot be bought. Every resource, an individual cannot have every resource. If that resource is available to you in the nearby area, and the organization is ready to share that resource with you, this is a very good advantage for you. Networking is becoming a very important issue, maybe with industry, maybe in R&D organization, maybe with university or anything with whom you are able to have a network. It's a positive sign. It's an opportunity for growth. Then new products, new programs or services. Like new programs, what is happening in today's scenario, there was an IT boom few years back. But when we are going to, in today's scenario, what is happening? Most of the institutions are having very less admission in the area of IT. If you are continuing with this, definitely this cannot be an opportunity for you. If you are going to see that there is a market, there is a scope for some new program. Let's say some new industries coming in near about you, or there some government of India has some new thrust area of growth, maybe in pearl industry, maybe in gem industry, maybe in shipbuilding, any area, maybe in defense equipment. You start a program in that direction, which is an innovative program, and then this is a big opportunity for you to grow in that area. So opportunities identification is based on the market scan, what you are going to get after a few days. This is identification. This is you are going to see the trend. Based on the trend, you are going to have the new programs. If you are having those new programs which are going to be the demand of the day, then you are going to be successful in future. Increasing market demand. Similarly, one day it was happening that IT electronics was having a great demand, but today they may be having less demand. So you are to move with the time. Sometimes the great demand is an opportunity, but less demand is a threat. In many institutions, what is happening that they are producing electronic engineer or IT professionals also, where the demand is very less. Let me give you an example. A few days back, I was having an interview for the post of a project associate. Minimum salary was to be given. It was a post for 11 months. Let me tell you, it was a walk-in interview, and in that interview, I received around 64 applications, out of which 46 were electronic engineer only. When we were interacting with those people, we were talking and knowing their level of knowledge. Knowledge level was pretty low. Reasons were very simple. At one point of time, there was a lot of demand. They were moving with the time. Equipment was being replaced. Equipment was new. Demand was there. Everybody was, whatever they were teaching, it was being sold like hotcakes. But now what is happening? They are producing those students, unable to change the curriculum, unable to move with the times. And that's the reason, although they are producing the student, but their demand is minimum. this becomes a threat for the system. So whatever is an opportunity, if it is on the negative side, it becomes a threat. Then targeting a new market segment for projects and programs. If you are able to lunge into new markets, let's say I remember a few years back when these institutions were opened in Punjab. What was the reason for opening of many institutions? Many of these students from the Punjab state were going to South, deep South, for getting admission in different engineering colleges. The engineering colleges in the South were charging a large amount of capitation fee. Then it was decided, why should our students be going to such far places? Why can't we have institutions in the state for these students, so that these can be absorbed here for better education and without spending much money? At that time, opening of new college in the Punjab was a new market. But in today's scenario, if you are going to open a new college, it is a total disaster. That's the reason I said a new market may be a market today. It may not be a new market tomorrow. So you have to continuously move with the time, identify the trends of future, and accordingly move. The thing which may be an opportunity today may not be an opportunity tomorrow, or vice versa, it can be a threat tomorrow. The production of large number of electronic engineer or IT profession, I am not saying it is a wrong or right, but these days these are becoming a big threat because of unemployment, underemployment. Then finally, I have written unfilled customer need. If you are able to fulfill an opportunity, if you are able to fulfill the customer need and give him not only satisfaction but delight, then it becomes going for having more and more customers in opportunity. But vice versa is a threat. If you are unable to fulfill the needs of the customer, these customers are going to be a source of threat, big source of threat for you. Maybe a student, maybe a teacher, maybe a society, maybe industry, or any other stakeholder. So I have given you some examples of strengths, some examples of strengths, weaknesses, some examples of opportunities, and vice versa also. These are the bases on which we identify our strengths and weaknesses, and same opportunities and threats. Again, stressing on the same point. Opportunities and threats are from the system, external system. How we go about it? How we conduct a SWOT analysis? This is till now I was giving you the basic background of it. Now I am giving you the tips of SWOT analysis. How do I conduct it? I have done a lot of this exercise, but these are the tips you must write. Internal scan basically is a scan of strengths and weaknesses is based on 4 P's. You just write 4 P's. 4 P's of internal scan or 4 P's of strengths and weaknesses. These are again some issues written here. 4 P's means, first P is people. People means human resources. Human resources is teaching staff, administrative staff, technical supporting staff, number of staff, and on what basis we are identifying? Number, their qualification, their commitment, motivation, etc. Means quantity and quality. 2 issues are important here. Quantity and quality. What do we really mean by quantity? Quantity means, let's say you are an engineering degree program, running an engineering degree program, where the student, as per the ACT regulation, the student teacher ratio is, in some higher institutions it is 1:15, otherwise it is 1:20. Based on that, if you are having the right, let's say you are having intake of 360, as per 1:20, the number of minimum teachers required is 18. As per 1:15, the number of teachers required is around 24. If you are having the right number or more than that, this becomes your strength. But this only gives the strength from quantity point of view. Another issue can be qualification. Let's say almost more than 50% of your faculty is PhD, which is the requirement for being associate professor or professor. Around almost every faculty member is MTech, which is the minimum required for being a faculty member. Let's say you are having qualification also. In terms of quantity, it's okay. In quantity means qualification part as well as the number part. It may be okay. But let's say the teachers are competent. Do you think it is a strength? I'm asking you. That number is okay, number is sufficient, teachers are highly qualified. Is it a strength? Yes or no? Number is as per ACT regulations. 24, 18, whatever is the requirement. And they are qualified as per the requirement. Is it a strength? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now moving ahead. The number is okay, but teachers are not motivated. They are qualified, but they are not motivated. Now what it is?
That's a weakness.
It's a weakness. Now the same question you were saying, it's a strength a few seconds earlier. Now it becomes a weakness. That's the reason. In addition to quantity, quality is very important. In addition to quantity, quality is very important. You can always measure the quantity very easily. But when you are going in for the quality part of the scan, it is the most difficult part of the story. How to go understand the second part, as I said, committed, motivated, morally sound. How you are going to identify this part? Quantity, number is okay, you can always identify it. But how to measure this part? Commitment, motivation, high moral, both. How and interested in teaching, how you are going to identify this part. This is the important parameter. How you are going to identify it. The teachers, you were saying earlier that number, based on number, that is a strength. But when I asked you commitment and motivation, they are not. Then you said it is a weakness. But how will you identify that second part? How will you measure that second part? This is a big challenge in this scanning, in this SWOT. Identification in terms of quantity is not an issue. Identification in terms of quality is an issue in the scan. So I am asking you, how will you measure that part? How will you find the quality part? कैसे करेंगे आप quality part को measure? SWOT में कैसे करेंगे measure? आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही. कैसे करेंगे measure ये? Let me say that I am giving you an exercise. You identified that your faculty is a quality faculty. Based on how this parameter, how will you identify that your faculty is qualified?
So the success rate of the pass percentage students.
Okay.
And
pass percentage one. Okay.
Anything more? The feedback from other institutes.
Okay.
The placements of the students.
Okay. Again, you are trying to you just see what you are presently telling. It's a quantitative part. It's not the qualitative part. I am talking interest of the teacher, commitment of the teacher, motivation of the teacher, moral of the teacher, morale of the teacher. I am talking of these things. You are talking of placement number is high, pass percentage is high. These are called quantity part. These may are linked with the qualification or his knowledge. These are not linked with the other part which I am talking. The first part what you are talking is linked with the competency part of a teacher, but not the other part what I am talking. I am talking of the quality part. How will you identify? This is the most difficult parameter. The same thing in terms of number, as I said, is okay, qualification is okay, competence is okay, experience is okay, but still this quality can be a weakness for any system. This is the most difficult part of any SWOT analysis, which is to be done by a professional. That's the reason I said it appears to be easy, but it's not so easy to be done. How will you identify it? जो नोविस और जो कर रहा है SWOT कर रहा है, उसमें और प्रोफेशनल में यही फर्क है. वो क्वालिटी पे स्ट्रेस देगा जो प्रोफेशनल है, और जो नोविस होगा वो SWOT जो क्वांटिटी पे देगा. क्वांटिटी के बेस पे आप कहेंगे कि ये मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है, but it may be a weakness of the system. Till now you are unable to tell me how will you do it. I will let you know at a later time. अभी मैं थोड़ी देर में बताऊंगा, ठीक है, कैसे हम करते हैं, हर चीज को कैसे मेजर करते हैं. I will be letting you know all these things because this is a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience in this area. I have charged a lot of money I am charging in this area. This is a consultancy project for me, for many institutions. Okay. First P, as I said, is human resources in terms of teaching staff, means faculty, then technical staff, administrative staff, then their number, their qualifications, commitment, motivation, morale, all these things are to be measured under the head first P of internal scan. Second P is properties. Properties means your infrastructure, buildings, labs, libraries, workshops, auditorium, guest house equipment, machinery, tool, physical furniture, etc., etc., etc. All your properties. This is the second P. Again, as per ACT requirement, there is, or any regulatory body requirement, there is some minimum requirement for it. So in terms of size, in terms of numbers, that is in terms of quantity part. But again, if I have to see the quality part, it's difficult part. Let's say you are having the latest equipment. I am giving one example. You are having the latest equipment with you. Okay? Is it a strength? I am asking you, is it a strength, latest equipment as per curriculum or otherwise?
Yes, sir. It's a strength.
Very good. Very good. So, but no faculty is there to run that equipment. Is it a strength then or a weakness? Or its technical staff to use that equipment? It becomes a strength or a weakness? Or otherwise also? I'm moving ahead of it. क्या कह रहे हैं, आवाज नहीं आ रही, आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही सर. Let me move ahead a little bit. I am saying first part, latest equipment, strength. No faculty or the staff member is able to use that equipment. Question of competency, it becomes a weakness. Then third part, let's say this equipment is up to date, but when practical or lab is to be conducted, this is not working due to some reason, it becomes a weakness. So these things are to be seen from two angles. One is quantity part, other is quality part, and more important is the quality part. Whatever you are having, you should have the quality. Whatever you are having, it should be in a working condition. That's very, very important. You are having a guest house, let's say, number of rooms are there, but rooms are such that furniture or something lying in that room is totally in very, very bad shape. It becomes a number in terms of guest house strength, but when you go in for the quality part, instead of furniture or its ambience or its amenities inside, it's a weakness. Same thing, which is a strength, can become a weakness. If your quantity part may be a strength, but quality part may be a weakness. So you have to identify your strengths and weaknesses from both the issues. Quantity part, first issue comes quantity, then comes the quality. Both of the issues are to be taken care of. Second P, as I said, is properties. Now I'm going to go to the third P. Third P is processes. Processes, all the processes, governance, management and administration, curriculum, teaching learning, student support services, staff development, information system, communication system, and many, many more processes. First, their existence in terms of quantity, then their quality is to be measured. As I said, quantity से शुरू होके quality की तरफ जाना है. Unless you are able to measure the quantity may also become a weakness. So importance is equally on quality. Then fourth P comes products. Products आपके क्या हैं? Let me ask you a simple question. What are your products? What is the product of any educational system? What is
Students or research? Students are research work being done, or maybe if you are filing any patent, all these will be our products.
Okay, very fine. Even IRGG is your product. Internal resource generation is your product, which is having a great value when you are going in for NBA also. All these are the parameters which are very important for NBA also. If you are going in for NBA, I keep on going for NBA also. I'm a evaluator for that. I'm expert. I'm member of the expert team. These are all parameters of NBA also. Pass percentage, job placement, then publications, then patents, then availability of production center, IRG. All these are the your even publications. Not only your papers. Publications means your sponsored reports. That is also a publication. Some of the projects which you are conducting for the government of India or state government or private organization for whom you are charging, and the reports you are giving is also a publication for that purpose. Okay, so I have discussed by now 4 P's. First P is human part, maybe in terms of faculty, staff, both technical and sporting staff, administrative staff. Their quantity first is the agenda. When quantity is okay, then quality is equally important. If the quality is not there, then the same quantity becomes a weakness. The second P is properties in terms of your infrastructure, buildings, labs, equipment, hostels, staff quarters, or many, many more. First is their number as per the requirements of AICTE for affiliation even, and second is their quality. When we go for even NBA, we first count in terms of number of classrooms available, number of labs available. Then we go for the ambience of those labs. Even in the classroom we sit, and if we find the classroom is having ambience, whether the classroom there is an echo, whether there is a clarity of voice of the teacher at the end and during the sitting while he's sitting on the last bench, whether the projector which is installed in the classroom, is it working, whether the quality of the projector is good, so that the presentation is the quality is good. All these things are we are trying to measure from the quality angle also. So as I said, 4 P's, then third P is process. All the processes talking of teaching, learning, student support services, staff development, curriculum, management, administration, governance, and many more. All these processes first in terms of quantity, then in terms of quality. Then the final P is product. Product is, as you said, students are coming out of your system, their pass percentage, their job placement, then not only job placement, quality of job placement. Quality of job placement, sometimes we go to the institution that they say that all the students have been placed, placement is 100%. But when we identify the quality of job placement, the quality is that the type of industries in which they are going is not relevant to the discipline in which he is working. Sometimes this is also happening. And quality of job placement also means that amount of package he is having. The quality of job placement is also the reputation of the organization in which the student has been placed. All these things are to be seen simultaneously. Then publications, first the number, then the quality of publication. What is happening when we go to many organizations? Teachers have published lot many papers, but then we go for the quality of conferences or the quality of journal in which those have been published. The impact factor, H factor, indexing, all these things are to be seen. I have seen during last visit, I have seen a teacher who has published 6 papers in an international journal. International, we saw he has published 6 papers in international journal. When we went to the quality of the journal, all the 6 were in the same journal, and there were only 8 papers in that journal. You can understand the quality of that journal. What will be the quality of that journal? Although it was international journal. When we have gone for the index factor and all this, H factor, it was not at all indexed. This also happens. Quality of publications is equally important. Then if you are having production center, manufacturing for IRG purposes, what is your IRG, how is your IRG, all these parameters are taken care of while considering your SWOT. So 4 P's, people, properties, processes, and products. These are very, very important. I have not till now told you how we go about it, how we get the data. I will be letting you know it at a later date. Then second scan is called external scan. This part is for opportunities and threats. For this purpose, I generally give a tip, STEEP. What type of scan is to be done? STEEP scan. STEEP means first S is STEEP. S means social factors, T means technological factors, E means economic factors, fourth E is educational and environmental factors, and fifth E is political factors. What these factors are? What does this scan means? Anything which is having any impact on the system is to be taken care of. Any impact can be an opportunity, and any other impact can be a threat for the system. Let's say social factors. What are the social factors impacting your system? Demographic. Sometimes we say demographic, India is having a demographic advantage. We are having a population which is between 16 and 24, and more than 60% of our population is we are having for that purpose demographic. Is it really a demographic advantage? This is a big question. Is it a really demographic advantage? If it has to be a demographic advantage, then how? Let's say we are having a young population in this group. Unless they are skilled, unless they are competent, they are not a demographic advantage. Unless they are as per the requirements of the market, unless their competence is not matching with the requirements of the market, it's not a demographic advantage. If that is so, if they are not having all these things I have told, then becomes a demographic disaster, because they are going to be a nuisance for the system. Then young population, they are going to go for all these nuisances, all these the problems what are happening in J&K and other places. This can be one of the cause for that. Young population, they have to be aligned to that system which is useful for the country. So social factors are equally impacting the system. Let's say, as I was talking a few minutes back, we are producing electronic engineer and engineer, or I'm not naming any, this may be just an example, or any other type of which is not a requirement of the day. If their number will keep on increasing, then what will they do? They are going to go do all the problems for the society. Because they are engineers, they cannot go in for the petty jobs, and simultaneously they are not getting the right job. Either they are unemployed or they are underemployed. Both the situations are very dangerous. So that's the reason what type of demographic advantage or impact we have on the organization. This scan is equally important. Then participation of women. आज देख ही रहे हैं वुमेन की तो ऊपर तो इतनी बात हो रही है, चाहे साक्षी मलिक हो या अपनी सिंधु हो. Participation of women in the system, reservation, we are making 33% in many organizations or in many states for the women in technical education. How much is their participation? How can they be a useful source for the system? All these things are to be trained from that angle. Reservations, then disadvantaged people, then some of the people like physically challenged. How these can be positively used, whether reservation is there, whether seats are being fulfilled. All this is a scan which can be an opportunity from one angle or a threat from the other angle. Then second point, T is technological factor. Impact of computerization, impact of automation, impact of ICT. All these are important. Let's say technologically, your institution is having a latest equipment today, which is the need of the hour or the requirements of the world of work or the industry. But you don't move with the times. After a few years, हमारे पास क्या होता है कंप्यूटर, पहले 286, 386, 486 पेंटियम, अब क्या है रिक्वायरमेंट हमारे i7. We keep on moving. If your technology is old, although you may be having number of system computer आपके पास पड़े हैं, number is okay, but they are having the old resolution, old specifications. It's a wastage, it's a weakness for us. It's not an opportunity for our student to grow in the requirement of softwares, because some of the things may not be applicable, may not be useful on that systems. And let's say other side, you are still working on microprocessor. I am not knowing 8086 or so, but the technology has changed. So the impact of technology on the system is very, very important. Requirements of the day of the world of work are very, very important. How those impact of the system is impacting the environment in your system, maybe curriculum, technology, whether these technological changes are being introduced in your curriculum is being changed accordingly, being updated accordingly or not. these things are to be scanned, and how long you are taking to improve upon your curriculum, to update your curriculum accordingly. This opportunity of new technologies, if you are having it, it's an opportunity. If you're not having it, it's a threat. Then economic factors change, like privatization, globalization. What was happening earlier? Economy was not open. Whatever we were teaching, what knowledge was with the teachers only. Whatever we were teaching, whatever inputs we were teaching were highly acceptable in the class. But now what is happening? Teacher may not be up to date. This can always happen. Even nobody is up to date today because the knowledge changing every day. The new knowledge is coming. New economic changes are coming. You are not aware of it. You are not able to change the system accordingly. There is no acceptability at all. Same is happening in our classes. With this LPG, knowledge has come like anything. Word is just a global village. You can have knowledge from everywhere. So, and the tips available on internet may be better than the knowledge than what we are having today. So students don't want to sit in the class because we are not up to date. So all these things have economic, technological factors are having a great impact on the system. If we are not able to change according to that, we are going to have a threat on the issue. If we are going to change or move with the time, this becomes an opportunity for us. Like, let's me say, private colleges opened. With the opening of the private colleges, what is there? There's a boom for the teachers. Teachers can go from one institution to another. There is a great demand for the teachers. Earlier, what was there? Let me say, if there were, let's say, 4 engineering colleges in a state. 4 engineering colleges, the number of teachers required maybe, let's say, 100 in any institution, 400. But today, if there are 4,000 engineering colleges, minimum 20 teachers in one, 80,000 teachers is the requirement. So demand on one side is an opportunity, but that teacher, if that teacher is not up to date, it's a threat. That's the point I said. Same thing which is an opportunity can be a threat for the system if it is not properly utilized. Then underemployment, same. If as I was talking of electronic, they may be number. I'm not. This is just an example. IT people, their number may be they will go for underemployment. They may not have the industry to cope up with such a demand. Underemployment is again a threat. But if there is a lot of demand for electronic, it's an opportunity. If the thrust area is as per the requirements of the government, thrust area is as per the requirements of the, it's an opportunity. If it is otherwise, it's a threat. Then environmental factors, our natural resources are depleting. It's having an impact on the system. Pollution, then pollution control systems are coming. Every institution is supposed to, if it is a multi-story, has to have a pollution system which is to be assigned by the department for before construction of the building. Multi-story houses, multi-story buildings. These are the systems which are to be taken care of while designing your external scan. Then political systems factors are legislations. All these, then the networking with the political system, policies of the government, policies of the state, policies of the central government. All these political factors play a significant role in the environment scan. These, as I said, steep social, technological, economic, environmental, and political factors, even legal factors. All these are impacting the system, and based on this, we conduct the SWOT analysis. All these factors are taken care of while designing the opportunity as a threat, external scan, while going in for the internal scan, SW. We are talking of 4 P's. These are some of the things which are you are to use as a tip. These are just a suggestive list, and there can be many more things beyond it. What is the aim? Aim of the SWOT analysis is to turn your weaknesses and threats into opportunities and strengths. How we do it? How we conduct the SWOT analysis? Basically, for conducting the data, we generally use 3 basic agenda which is used for any research project. First is questionnaire, second is interview schedule, and third is observation. Questionnaire Questionnaire is consisting all the things which are available, all the 4 P's, based on which we are trying to identify your people, properties, processes, and products. Then interviews to find the mismatch of what is happening in the questionnaire, to find something in terms of qualitative terms. Observation is again to observe the qualitative part. It's not the number part here. Now let me tell you how we do it. When we are conducting any survey, any SWOT analysis survey, we get the feedback from different stakeholders, not from one. We design a questionnaire which is similar for all the stakeholders. One is for students, other is for teachers, similar is for the staff, then for the industry, then for the alumni, then for the parents, then for the society, employers, 7 or 8 parameters based on which we identify similar questions. Similar questions, similar parameters, not the same parameter I'm saying, similar parameter. Then crisscrossing all the data to remove the biases. Based on the removal of biases, we get the quantitative information. We get the right quantitative information. Then we interview all the stakeholders simultaneously. First, students, then teachers, staff, employers, society, parents, industry professionals, alumni, to know all the qualitative aspects. Let's say we were trying to find the commitment, moral, motivation of the teacher. We are going to get the feedback from the students. We are going to get the feedback from the peer group, from your subordinates, from your superiors. We are trying to get the information from everybody after interviewing the different groups. After interviewing, that's the reason a lot of big exercises required to get the real SWOT analysis. After getting the all data in terms of questionnaire from different corners and crisscrossing it to get the right information, then interviewing the different target groups for getting the qualitative parameters, and to fill some of the quantitative information which is not rightly presented, and then finally observations while going to the institution and seeing whatever has been given. Many things are available while seeing or observing it. When you enter any institution, while observing, many of the things can be clearly sorted out, maybe in terms of qualitative or quantitative terms. So all the 3 sides we use to get the right information. Otherwise, this can be also through focus groups, through Delphi techniques. Many other techniques can be adopted, but these are the basic 3 tools which we use for the SWOT analysis: questionnaires, interview schedules, observations, and try to crisscross the data so that the biases are removed and we get the right information. Then the lacunas are filled through interview schedules and the observation schedules. Any queries till now? If you have any questions, you are most welcome to ask me. Anything you would like to ask me? Okay. No queries?
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Audible. You are audible, sir.
Sir, if we can have some sample of these questionnaires, because what we do have is the direct questions which we use to ask students. So we believe that we are not getting exactly what we are looking for. So if you do have some samples which you can share, it will be great for us.
Let me interrupt here. I can give you the questionnaire, no issues. But just see what I have given it to you. I have given you first 4 P's. 4 P's I have given you. Under that 4 P's, what I am talking is all type of people, all type of human resource. Am I right? What is to be judged? First, their number in terms of ACT requirement or regulatory body requirements. Then, in terms of quality means in terms of commitment. Then their moral motivation is to be judged in terms of crisscrossing. Then I am talking of your properties, whether you are having the guest house, whether you are having the right number of labs, rather as per the requirements of curriculum, whether you are having the right numbers of classrooms, whether you are having the right number of workshops, whether you are having the right number of tutorial rooms, whether you are having the right number of seminars. First, it is the right number, quantity. Then comes the quality. Quality in terms of ambience, quality in terms of their utilization, quality in terms of their, as I said, if you are talking of the faculty, it is in terms of their commitment, moral and motivation. But in terms of equipment, if you're talking its working condition, it's being up to date, all these things are to be seen. Whatever the parameters are, these are all the questions in itself. All the questions in itself. I've given you a large sample. This is a more or less a questionnaire, what I have given it to you. Then I have talked of the systems, processes. All the system, whether you are having the governing system in terms of board of governors, private management, or government system, aided system, or fully financed from the government. All these are the governance system. Then whether if it is a governance system, board of governors, their powers, all these are the questions. How often they do meet, whether they have having the autonomy to implement the decisions, if then financial distribution, financial powers, delegation of powers. These are all the parameters of the processes, each and every one I am talking. Then it can be questionnaire. There is no end to questionnaire, but we have to limit it to get the right perspective. Okay, I will give you. I will try to give you the questionnaire also. Don't mind. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. If you are using it for the SWOT analysis for your personal things, I am giving you a sample of it also. How to go about it. What are your strengths? Internal positive strengths that are under control and upon which you can capitalize in planning, which can be used for planning, which can be based for planning. Your strength can be your work experience in the relevant area. Then your education, value-added features I am talking. Then your strong technical knowledge within the field, maybe hardware, software, programming languages, or any other knowledge. Strong technical knowledge, hard part. Then specific transferable skills. Whether your communication is good, you are a good leader, you can take up the projects, you can a good coordinator, you are committed in working, you are honest, all these things. Then your personal characteristics, as I said, strong work culture, ethical, disciplinary, initiative, you can have the creativity, optimism. These are all positive aspects. Then networking, good contacts, successful networking. Into this are very, very important. If you are having good contacts, you can be very successful in your life. If you don't have, sometimes it's going to be a questionnaire. If you are working in a government system, transfer is an issue. If you are having good contacts, you can always be in the place where you like. This becomes a positive strength for you. That's the reason I said good contacts is always, it's not a negative sign. If you're having good contacts, it means your communication is good. Then interaction with professional organization to being up to date. These are some of the parameters based on which you identify that you are having strengths. If these are missing, then these becomes your weaknesses. The opposite part, as I said, lack of work experience, low GPA, wrong major means that object of your, when you have gone in for, let's say you have gone in for one discipline, major you have taken in your subject you have read, but today the demand of that subject is almost zero. Then lack of goals, lack of self-knowledge, what you are, what you want to be, how you can move, your strategies, lack of self-knowledge, lack of specific job knowledge, technical knowledge, then weak skills like communication is not good, interpersonal skills are not good, anything which is not positive is a weakness. Weak hunting skills also, job hunting skills also. People may be very good, knowledgeable, committed, qualified, competent, but sometimes they are not able to fetch the right job. Job hunting skill is also equally important. You have to weigh which job is going to be very suitable for you. It's job hunting doesn't only mean in terms of package, in terms of many other parameters, your stability. They may be giving you a high package, but that may be a job of very short period. Hire and fire. So weak hunting skills, job hunting, that has to be seen. How you are to balancing that job. Negative personal characteristics, lack of motivation, indecisiveness, shyness. You have to be inquisitive, you have to be extrovert. too emotional. Sometimes it is also a very big weakness. So whatever these are some of the weaknesses of your individual, which are hindering your system of growth. Opportunities for an individual can be positive trends in your field that will create more jobs. Means आपकी growth हुई, आपकी जिस तरह का आपका डिसिप्लिन, उसकी इंडस्ट्री बहुत सारी लग रही है, गवर्नमेंट का थर्स्ट एरिया है जिसमें डेवलपमेंट हो रही है. जैसे लेट मी टेल यू वन थिंग, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सिविल इंजीनियरिंग वालों के लिए कुछ साल पहले तक इट वाज अ टोटल mess. They were not getting even a single job. But now in today's scenario, infrastructure is a boom. It's a major thrust area of the government. Civil engineering is becoming a very, very big requirement of the day. Good civil engineer is market driven. He can charge anything. People are ready to pay. That's the reason you have to move with the trends. You have to move your knowledge with the trends. You have to update yourself with the requirements of the day, as per the technology, as per the trends, as per the thrust areas, as per the requirements of the world of work. Accordingly, you have to develop yourself. Opportunities you could have in the field of enhancing your education. Maybe today you are having, let's say, sometime back, what we are doing, many people were not going for MTech. They were going it for after graduation. They were going for MBA, for better career in the industry. Now what they are doing, many of the students are going in for MTech, because there are opportunities in education sector also. Lot many institutions, maybe private, maybe some of the global institutions are also coming to the world-class institution, coming to the country. You can have a career in those organizations also. So you have to move with the times. You have to change your education requirements, or you have to see what are going to be the trends of future, and accordingly you have to develop yourself. Have some good knowledge about yourself, self-knowledge, and accordingly developing yourself. Then how you have chosen your path. As I was telling you earlier, some people were going into for management and then establishing in the industry for higher growth. But these days, many of the people even from the professional world or industry are coming to the teaching sector, because the job is more stabilized, job is cool, hire and fire policy is lesser. So this depends on the scenario. One scenario can be an opportunity for you today. It can be a threat for you in the future. Accordingly, you have to develop yourself, identifying what are going to be opportunities and what are going to be threats in the future. Then strong network, as I said, it can be a positive sign for you. Similarly, on the same pattern, negative trends in anything, any opportunity is a threat for you. Okay? So I have given you some tips about SWOT of an organization, SWOT of an individual. So the questionnaires or the questions which can be important for you, you can just note down these questions, although these are available on the slide. You are talking of the questionnaire. These are what I'm going to tell you or ask you. This is just a SWOT analysis questionnaire. First strength is what makes us special. Means your brand value, your reputation, as I was saying, your competitive advantage, your originality. What makes us special? This is of your first strength, which is not with the others. Second is what resources, means inputs, strategies, processes, performances, outputs, do we handle well? Means 4 P's. आपकी क्वालिटी अच्छी है, कॉम्पिटेंट है, कमिटेड है, मॉरली साउंड है, मोटिवेटेड है. आपका स्टाफ ऐसा है, स्टाफ में पर ऐसा भी होता है कि स्टाफ लैब्स का नंबर पूरा होगा, बस लैब्स को चलाने के लिए टेक्निकल स्टाफ ही नहीं है. अगर टेक्निकल स्टाफ भी है तो वो कॉम्पिटेंट नहीं है, वो क्वालिफाइड नहीं है. Then what are our major internal strengths based on these 4 P's? Weaknesses, what are our soft spots? Means whatever we have talked about. What makes us special, vice versa of it is a weakness. Opportunities, what trends and events can help us? What can be things which are the demand driven, what can be important for future? Those are going, if we are able to identify them rightly and prepare ourselves for that direction, it's going to be an opportunity. If we are unable to prepare, then it is a threat. What trends and events can help us? What are the positive social, technological, economic, environmental, and political forces on us which are going to impact us in future or in today's scenario. What are our major external opportunities? And the vice versa of that is a threat. These are some of the important parameters on which you are to do your SWOT analysis. This is all I was to talk about, some of the things about the organization, how we conduct it, and some of the things which are relevant, equally relevant for this SWOT analysis of an individual. Now, almost 10 minutes are left with me, but I will request you to divide yourself in at least 2 to 3 groups and conduct, because this is an exercise I am going to discuss most likely on Thursday in the evening. In addition to my talking on the topic, I am going to discuss this exercise of SWOT analysis. You have to divide yourself into groups and work on it to identify some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. First, of your system, means of your organization. Every individual, some of the strengths may be common, some of the weaknesses will be common, some of the opportunities will be common, some of the threats may be common, but they will not be same 100%. I am expecting some. Let's say we are having a group, 3 groups each in every institution. I am leaving it to you to divide yourself into 3. I am expecting a good presentation from each one of you, something different from each group, and then same with the individual. At least 5 strengths, 5 weaknesses. I am asking for at least 2 opportunities and 2 threats for an individual. Individuals can also. 5 strengths, 5 weaknesses, 2 opportunities, and 2 threats. You are to do, everybody individual is to do. I am going to discuss it on Thursday evening. All these things. First scan of the institution, SWOT of the institution, based on what I have discussed, and then your own scan. You must know what, let me tell you, we generally scan others. We are able to tell everything about others. But when we scan ourselves, we really don't know what we are really. हमें अपने बारे ही नहीं पता होता, हमें सबके बारे में पता होता है, अपने बारे में ही नहीं पता होता कि where we are good, what are our qualities, what are our weaknesses, we really generally don't know. मैंने अपने इतने प्रोग्राम्स में ये यहाँ पे करवाए हैं SWOT और ये टीचर्स के साथ, टीचर्स को अपनी स्ट्रेंथ्स तो एक बतानी, 1-2 पता थी, पर अपनी वीकनेसेस के बारे में मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम they are unable to define it. And let me tell you, if you are able to define your weaknesses, these are much more important than even your strengths. Because as again and again stressing on the same point, if it is going to be any failure of yours, of any organization, it has to be from the weakest link, and that weakest link is your weakness in the area. Maybe competency, maybe personal skills, maybe commitment, maybe whatever you miss, hard skills or soft skills. So this is all I wanted to talk. Any queries, any questions? And I am again requesting you to divide yourself into 3 groups and do this exercise. Most likely I am going to give you time, maybe tomorrow evening or day after, for some time to prepare on this issue, work on this issue, and then we are going to discuss it. Okay? Any queries, any questions, again asking you for the same.
I have one question.
Anji, okay.
Hello. I am Ravi Pratap Singh from AB College, Ghaziabad.
Okay. Boliye.
Sir, while doing the SWOT analysis, the main factor is asking right question.
Okay, right.
How do we ensure that I am asking the right question for a particular strategy or particular parameter?
Let me ask you a simple question. First is the quantity. As I told you, first question, first started at 4 P's, again 4 P's. First P was human. पहले क्वेश्चन क्या होगा कि ACT की मेरी इंस्टीट्यूशन है, ACT रिकॉग्नाइज्ड है, उसकी अगर 1:20 रेशियो है स्टूडेंट स्ट्रेंथ के हिसाब से, कि मेरी फैकल्टी की स्ट्रेंथ पूरी है कि नहीं है. दिस इज द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Whether my number of teachers as per the ACT requirements is right or wrong, right or not right. This is the first question. Second question, at a later stage comes, if the number is right, whether my faculty is committed or not, how I will judge it? This is the question I have to ask from myself, from my fellow being, from the students, आई हैव टू फ्रॉम द पीयर्स, फ्रॉम द एचओडी, कि ये जो फैकल्टी मेंबर है या जो मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में फैकल्टी है कमिटेड है। पहले तो क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा क्वालिफाइड है। क्वालिफाइड इज अगेन इन टर्म्स ऑफ क्वांटिटी, उनकी पीएचडी कितनी है, कितनों की एमटेक है, ये सब नंबर हैं। उसके बाद आएगी क्वालिटी। नंबर हैं तो ये जाके क्लास में पढ़ाते भी हैं कि नहीं है, इनका दिल करता है कि नहीं है, उसको जज करने के लिए यू मे यूज एनी नंबर ऑफ पैरामीटर्स। फॉर दैट पर्पस आई अगेन से यू हैव टू आस्क फ्रॉम योर स्टूडेंट्स, यू हैव टू आस्क फ्रॉम योर टीचर्स, फेलो टीचर्स, कि ये या टीचर का रेपुटेशन कैसे है। आपको खुद पता ना हो बट स्टूडेंट्स बता देंगे, आपके फेलो टीचर बता देंगे, आपका एचओडी बता देगा कि आपके बारे में कुछ ना कुछ फीडबैक तो जरूर मिल जाएगी। आई एम टॉकिंग इन नॉट इन टर्म्स ऑफ सिंगल पर्सन, आई एम टॉकिंग इन जनरल अ ग्रुप ऑफ पर्सन, हमारी फैकल्टी के बारे में। उस फैकल्टी में भी कुछ लोग ऐसे होंगे जिनके बारे में बहुत पॉजिटिव रेपुटेशन होगा, कुछ के बारे में मीडियम सा रेपुटेशन होगा, कुछ के बारे में वर्स्ट रेपुटेशन भी होगा। ठीक है, बेस्ड ऑन दिस फर्स्ट आपने कुछ नहीं, प्रोबिंग क्वेश्चंस अपने बनाने, एक एक को पहले बनाइए, मिनिमम एक्सरसाइज कीजिए। पहले फर्स्ट आप नंबर्स में करिए, पहले नंबर्स वाला पार्ट, क्वांटिटी वाला पार्ट कीजिए, फिर क्वालिटी पे बात करेंगे। ठीक है, आपके रिजल्ट से पूछ लिया मेरा इक्विपमेंट जो लगा हुआ लैब में इज अप टू डेट, इज इट एप्ट फॉर द करिकुलम रिक्वायरमेंट्स। लैब में जो मिनिमम करिकुलम प्रैक्टिकल्स लगे होते हैं, आपके बोर्ड पे लगे होंगे या शार्ट पे लगे होंगे, उसके हिसाब से आपकी लैब में इक्विपमेंट है। फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन तो यही है। अगर इक्विपमेंट है तो वो क्या चल रहा है, अगर नहीं चल रहा है या फिर अप टू डेट है, लेटेस्ट है, या ये पुराना मॉडल है जो वर्किंग ही नहीं है, आजकल की रिक्वायरमेंट ही नहीं है। अपने आप ही इस एक एक क्वेश्चन को आप लेते जाएंगे, उसके क्वांटिटी देन क्वालिटी, तो इट विल लीड टू द टोटल एनालिसिस। मैं तभी कहा ये आपको सैंपल दे रहा हूं करने के लिए, ये नहीं कह रहा कि ये आप करने से एक दिन में या एक घंटे में आप सारे स्वॉट कर लेंगे। आई एम नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट। आई एम आस्किंग यू टू डू एन एक्सरसाइज बेस्ड ऑन योर नॉलेज ऑफ योर सिस्टम एंड कम आउट विद सम ऑफ द थिंग्स विच। अब तभी मैं 3 ग्रुप्स बना रहा हूं। जब 3 ग्रुप्स होंगे तो तीनों में कुछ भिन्नता आएगी, कुछ सिमिलैरिटीज आएंगी। भिन्नता से आपको पता लगेगा कि ये अच्छी चीज इनकी है, ये इनकी अच्छी है, and total package will come out to be the total SWOT analysis of your organization. Okay? Anything more?
Sir, regarding the yes sir, regarding time of presentation,
टाइम ऑफ प्रेजेंटेशन कितना, प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए टाइम,
वो मैं टाइम आप पहले बनाइए तो सही, अराउंड 10 minutes टाइम फॉर ईच ग्रुप, 10 minutes टाइम, मैक्सिमम 10 minutes.
Okay, sir, on our schedule it is mentioned on Friday between 11:30 to 1 p.m.
That I know.
Presentation and discussion. So,
नहीं क्या है 11:30 to 1 p.m.
कोई पूछ रहे कि 11:30 to 1 p.m.
presentation and discussion.
नहीं वो मैं देख लूंगा। मैं I am going to give you time on Thursday. Maybe presentation can be on Friday also. Let me see and find out the time accordingly. Although the time is on 11:30 to 1, definitely yes. That presentation is not of SWOT only. That presentation is some of the thirst area, some of the weak areas based on which we are going to have action plan. That is part of the presentation on that day also, which I am going to deal on that day. Don't worry about it. I will discuss all the issues. So do this exercise to the best of your competency. Then we will discuss it and fine tune it. Okay. And I am requesting that minimum three groups, minimum 3 presentations from each institution.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other? Good afternoon.
This is Manabharati University.
बोलिए.
First of all, I would like to thank you to provide such a knowledgeable speech to us. Sir, you were talking about good contacts for our development. So I want to know what should be the appropriate ways to maintain or develop good contacts for our development.
It's the most difficult question, let me tell you. Making contacts is an easy option, but maintaining and building for future is definitely a difficult option. Let me tell you, sometimes we sign MOUs with many industries, or sometimes we ask many people to come to your organization.
Yes, sir.
They come, they visit our organization. We even if we sometimes are able to sign the MOUs also. but how much work we really do on those MOUs is a big question mark. MOU के ऊपर करना क्या है, जो आपने बेसिक पैरामीटर्स डाले हैं, आइटम्स डाली हैं, जो आपने कॉमन पॉइंट्स बनाए हैं, उनके ऊपर आपको रेगुलरली काम करना है। ये नहीं कि आपने MOU इज नंबर के लिए MOU साइन नहीं करना, उसको जो पैरामीटर्स आप कम डाल लीजिए, 2 डाल लीजिए, 4 डाल लीजिए, पर उसके ऊपर वर्क जरूर कीजिए, तभी आपका जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनेगा वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वो पार्टनरशिप की तरह तभी शेप लेगा जब आप उसके ऊपर वर्कआउट करते रहेंगे रेगुलरली। ये नहीं कि नंबर बनाने के लिए MOU साइन कर लिया बट यू आर नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग। यू हैव टू वर्क ऑन इट रेगुलरली, हैमर दैट इशू एंड कम आउट विद द सॉल्यूशन सो दैट इंप्रूवमेंट्स कैन टेक प्लेस। एंड वन थिंग मोर इंपॉर्टेंटली, जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है वो म्यूचुअली बेनिफिशियल होता है। अगर आज की डेट में आप समझेंगे कि जो मेरा पार्टनर बन रहा है वो सिर्फ सब कुछ मेरे को देता जाए and you are going to give nothing to that fellow, that cannot survive for long. So उसमें mutually beneficial relationship भी होगा। Let's say कि you are getting some benefit from industry in terms of technology or कोई equipment or some resource person, but you should also be able to do something for the industry. आप छोटा सा उनकी जैसे कोई problem solving, उनकी छोटी सी कोई प्रोडक्ट की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, छोटा छोटा, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग ऑफ बिग इश्यूज, आई एम नॉट आस्किंग यू टू डिजाइन ए न्यू प्रोडक्ट फॉर देम, छोटी सी कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही है उनसे देखिए, उनका विश्वास बनाना पड़ेगा। कॉन्टेक्स्ट का भी आपको अपने ऊपर विश्वास बनाना पड़ेगा, वो एक दिन में नहीं बनेगा। दिस विल बी रेगुलर इंटरेक्शन बिटवीन द टू पार्टीज, देन दे विल बी कमिंग टू योर इंस्टीट्यूशन, दे विल be able to identify your strengths, they will be able to identify your expertise, your facilities. Based on that, they will be having some confidence into you, and same will be with you whenever you are going to go to the other organization or the individual. Based on the interaction, you will be able to identify the experience, expertise, and the commitment, all these things of the other party also. When these will happen, this is again and again hammering on the issue and getting the things done. This is not a one-day exercise, and this is not the solution, only solution which I can suggest. And ये कोई गोली नहीं है जो मैं आपको दूंगा, या कैप्सूल है कि जो मैं आपको दूंगा और इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे जो ठीक है। This is an exercise which has to be discussed, which has to be finalized based on the requirement. हर each situation फर्क है, हर जो इंडिविजुअल फर्क है, हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फर्क है, and accordingly to making contacts with the individual is different. कोई एक एक्सरसाइज, कोई एक कैप्सूल नहीं है, but definitely yes, it has to be mutually beneficial. अगर आप गिव एंड टेक है, अगर आप उनसे एक्स ले रहे हैं तो उन्हें वाई का बेनिफिट देना पड़ेगा, कम ज्यादा हो सकता है पर जीरो नहीं। हमने भी किया, देखिए, लेट मी टेल यू what we were doing. We were getting many things from the industry. Let's say we are going to have an MOU with ABB. ABB, you must be some of the people from electrical field and electronics field may be knowing. It's a very big organization, American organization, and they are having lot many products. We were asking them for a training of our students and all this. Now, with the passage of time, they could identify that some of our students are too good. वो क्या कर रहे हैं कि हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स एमटेक का प्रोजेक्ट उनकी इंडस्ट्री में ले रहे हैं, एबीबी के प्लांट्स में, वहां पे बैठ के उनकी जो प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही हैं उनके ऊपर वो सॉफ्टवेयर डिजाइन करके उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व कर रहे हैं। Initially, this was one way. They were giving us training, they were giving X, Y, Z. No, we are also helping them out in their own problems. अब ये म्यूचुअल बेनिफिशियल रिलेशनशिप इतना धीरे धीरे बढ़ गया, उन्होंने फिर उसके बाद हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को दे वर गिविंग देम द फुल ऑनरेरी, पीएचडी कोई कर रहे हैं तो उसे 25,000 रुपए पर मंथ स्कॉलरशिप भी वो दे रहे हैं, बट दे आर एबल टू हेल्प देम इन देयर सॉल्विंग ऑफ देयर प्रॉब्लम्स। अब ये म्यूचुअली बेनिफिट, एक एग्जांपल मैं तो ले रहा हूँ, म्यूचुअली बेनिफिशियल रिलेशनशिप अब ये हो गया है कि उनका अमेरिकन इंस्टीट्यूट जो प्लांट से आया था कुछ दिन पहले, हमारे यहाँ पे एक मीटिंग हुआ। नाउ दे आर गोइंग टू एस्टेब्लिश ए लैब ऑफ अराउंड 2.5 करोड़ इन दिस सिस्टम, हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशन में कर रहे हैं, एंड वेरी शॉर्टली। उनका क्या फायदा होगा, उनके जो उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स के सोल्यूशन जो होंगे यहाँ पे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स देंगे, उनके इनका जो इक्विपमेंट यूज करके उनके वो हमारी एक फ्री स्पेस मिली उन्हें, एक उनका फ्री R&D सेंटर बन गया। दैट्स द रीजन आई से फॉर बिल्डिंग कॉन्टैक्ट, इससे म्यूचुअली बेनिफिशियल रिलेशन है, गिव एंड टेक रिलेशनशिप। One side it cannot be one way track only. It has to be mutually beneficial. That's my experience says.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? If there are no queries, then I must thank you for the patient listening. Then we are going to meet again at the same time tomorrow. I am expecting you to be more interactive. You are very, very interactive. We are really thankful to you. And every day interaction should enhance. That gives the is the beauty of any program, and I expect the same from you. Thank you very much.